from where we were.
I was going to go and optimize the was it motors or something like that was feeding Esmia's factory because it was producing nowhere near enough for what Esmia needs or uses. So I was
So
just going to go and scale that up a little bit.
I'm questioning how you. I mean, this is hopefully a question that the chat will answer. I'm questioning how you manage multiple star systems and stuff. So if apart from marking off every single vein as warn me, like, how do I see that on planet Air X we're running out of oil, or do I just get to the point where I've got 10 planets all sending oil back, and I don't care if one runs out. I've got 9 more
Well,
doing it.
that's why you turn alarm on the oil stuff.
Yeah, but
And when one goes on, you go check on it. If it's exhausted, then you rip it up.
I'm going to end up with the issue that eventually there'll be more. The alarms will start appearing quicker than I could possibly deal with them, because when you got 10 planets, it's okay, but when you got 100 planets, it's not so good. And when you got 1,000 planets, it's impossible. So I was just kind of
We'll
wondering.
always have one alarm.
Yeah, you'll just be
Wait,
constant.
maybe what you do is you have like a double buffer system on the place where you're using them. And when the first buffer is empty, oh shit, I've got like half of it left or something like that, or we're not getting any more in. And then you basically go pick up your production, your mining facility and move it somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of feeling
It's a lot of
that
work.
we're going to have the issue that'll be like, oh right, suddenly our research has stopped. Well, that's because we don't have any circuit boards. Oh, that's because we don't have any copper. Why don't we have any copper? Oh, that's because planet blah 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 Omicron Beta has run out of copper over in this star system. And it's like, how I'm disappointed I don't have a way I can look at all of the in-flight ships, or even on the star map look at the communication lines. Because I can see a starship, but I can't even click on it to see what it's carrying. So
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a big step backwards when you suddenly go, oh, well, all of that stuff that I was producing is now completely dry, and
well,
I have to rejig everything to go somewhere else. Yeah.
Well, the goal should be, as we progress towards new planets, that planet maybe you'll smelt the ore, or maybe you will just send all of the ore on that planet to a smelting planet, and then we always funnel stuff at the smelting planet. We can set up a smelting planet. That smelting planet then produces all of the resources and shoves it into interstellar batteries, and then our actual work planets grab that off. And then it doesn't matter if the smelting planet goes down. Sorry, if you have the smelting planet, then you just have all of the other planets send raw resources to that planet. So they just send crude oil, iron, copper, silicon, the whatever they are, iron, copper, silicon, titanium, stone, coal, water. Maybe not water.
So you want to refactor your planets and then make microservice planets.
Macro service planets, I think. But this planet, the first planet, the only change would be as each vein runs out, properly runs out, I start to hook it up to an interplanetary delivery of a raw resource. Yeah. So we're already delivering titanium and silicon here. That's cool. We will be wanting to deliver iron. Not yet. So again, it shows the iron on the left, which is cool. And, this is a game about stats. I wish that the thing on the left showed me estimated time to us running out of iron on this planet. I want these stats. I want the game to hammer home, the issues of entropy. I want to see it all go horribly wrong once we realise that we're going to suck planets. We're going to suck planets dry in 8 hours flat. Going, we might need to do something.
Need more planets.
I need more planets.
Right, I'm going to escape to the station.
So that was why I linked that Isaac Asimov story, because that's essentially the issue. As at this point, we will use up all the sun's power in 100 million years. When humanity is 100 million times bigger, we will use up all the power in 1 year. So that's how maths works, you see. So.
Ta-ta!
Ta-ta!
But yeah,
our got 8 more rounds.
Our next step is going to be automation of the bits for the spaceships and green cubes. Those are our 2 goals for the day. I will probably spend a bunch of time making Oh yes, I remember. We did set up a Dubry over here to.
Oh, show me the Dyson sphere.
Oh,
I'm watching on stream, but I'm
Well,
loading in, but I don't know what
we-
buttons. Oh, by the way, I'm loading in.
Oh shit, you got the stream going?
yeah, I said I'd start early. We don't have a Dyson sphere yet. We've got
Oh.
three.
Bits of.
We've got. So we're doing the Dyson ring. That will start to kickstart our power generation. And our next step will be call it the Dyson joke. So I haven't worked out quite what it's going to be, but yeah, we are so far off of the what we need.
So you're making it's the Dyson ring.
It's a ring, yeah, because we
So-
can't. So we need to do a research called Dyson Sphere Stress System. So in order to do a sphere, we can't do that because we are producing precisely 0 green boxes per minute. So once that's
Adam?
done, yes,
Is the server up? Are you running on the right version?
yes, and yes, 8.23.9989, and I hope so. I think so. I thought so. Until you asked that question, I would have said yes.
The IP's probably changed then.
No,
so
no,
if you
I'm on a static IP.
okay, because I've just pressed join twice and nothing denied has happened.
Um,
Oh yeah, I just left a space with the canteen in my inventory and the knife in my hotbar, and they are currently up here. But I did have an empty
Awesome.
load of
let me make sure.
things.
I'm
But
running the right version.
Well, it's possible that I just hit load rather than multiplayer load.
Yeah, but you are running on 0.8.
It won't. It will crash horrendously if I try not to. It will just die on its ass because it tries to apply power. Okay, let's try now. I'm 99% sure I'm running the
Joining.
one now.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I mean, this might come. It may also be that so few people actually hit the problem of tearing through entire solar systems of resources. It doesn't really matter. I mean, having looked at the achievements already, I suspect we're a long way ahead of the vast majority of players.
Only power. Oh.
But
My inventory is completely empty.
I wonder
We
if
get some more
that
stuff
is. I wonder if that's because I accidentally loaded a single player save. In that case, that's a derp on me. And if not, obviously that's your fault. What the fuck you doing, man? But it's very possible it's me. To be fair, I wouldn't worry about it too much. You know, it's not as if you actually have gear in this game or anything. But yeah, I apologise if that's the case. It may also be a bug. I don't know.
I'm gonna guess that you
But how's
loaded
the
up the
quick
wrong
amount?
save.
Not the wrong save, but I think I may have accidentally loaded it in single player, which means that the mod code doesn't pull out all of the mod code stuff. That's my guess. So apologies if so.
ready to join?
Yeah.
Joining. Actually, start game.
But yeah,
Okay.
I suspect that's what happened, is loading into single player has twatted all of the multiplayer data. Damn, these bots
Oh
are
shit, I'm
awesome.
joining.
Uh-oh.
To be fair, we don't know that's what caused it to go wrong. Say now I know to run the network monitor. It hasn't gone wrong, really.
Okay
I'm in.
then.
It just says player is joining.
And my inventory is empty as well.
Yeah, sorry.
Alright, well. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think I have
asking me
anything
to start
important there.
over.
Yeah. Mine was coming from the cold.
Sorry, coming from the cold.
Yeah, I had that as well. As in, like, you have to select a planet, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not much I can do now.
Mine then spawned me on the surface, but what can I yoink?
And we do have our shopping centre. Consider this a good point to improve your shopping centre, but I have a funny feeling you've broken it by joining at the same time.
Yeah, it's not doing anything at all. Is your network monitor moving?
7k a second.
Ooh. Incidentally, we have an empty copper.
Oh, there we go. Bang, died.
I had to completely close out my game.
Yeah, let me rerun it, and this time I will load the save that we had from the end of last week. Last time. So that I've lost everything I've done today, but that isn't really anything of not. This is why we have a join queue.
And we have Liuanshan back for more Q&A.
Yeah, I mean, but it does help that this appeals to Fortress Crafty players, and obviously there's an awful lot of Fortress Crafty players subscribed to this channel, so that's always good. Okay, try now, please. Who's up first? And the trick
ready
is
to go when you are.
Not to do it like Max going, me, click. Yeah, go for it, Malcolm. Like, call and response, not just shout on your left. Then plow through.
TCP, not UDP.
Yes. Yeah, but Luanshin, but like, for example, you don't watch us playing... Well, we're Africans, but we just seem to be getting an awful lot more people watching this game
That's better.
than other games. Okay, who's
With
next?
yeah,
Who's here?
that's better with inventory, Adam.
Can I join?
Henry can join.
Joining.
I'll just redo what I was doing. But yeah,
You won't.
we've streamed so many games. We really have streamed on the 100, 200 different games. It's just been interesting that this and Mindustry are the games where we had the most interaction, the most follows, the most people who cared about it. And you know, I'm mostly streaming. A lot of why I'm streaming is to make myself not just work all night long as well. That is a large part of it. But obviously, I do want to grow the channel. Oops.
We have a future problem. We've run out of copper
Alright,
at
I'll
this
be joining.
mine.
Okay. Well, what you need to do, Henry, is find
Wait,
another copper vein, and then hook it into that one, and then eventually you need to move towards planetary stations. SB, it is safe to join.
Right, I'm joining.
That's what she said.
I
know. But yeah, Luankin, this is my point. You are a Fortress Crafty person, so therefore you're more interested when we stream
logistical game player.
Logistic games, yeah. I mean, Mindustry, we got a load of people playing Mindustry. We were the biggest Mindustry streamer for a while. Which isn't saying a lot, to be fair, but you know, it's there's synergy in it.
The heat waves hands.
Yeah, 120k a second. As long as that number stays high, we're good. It's if that number drops low, and the dialogue box is still there, in Houston we have an issue. It's surprising the Game Pass overlay doesn't let me show networking.
Hmm.
Like I can show
Reminded me to carry on downloading.
GPU and things, but but yeah, I think this is a bug in some way because sometimes this takes no time at all. Sometimes it takes ages. So it's setting down 220k a second to, I think, Esmia. Oh.
Yeah, and sometimes
Yeah,
it takes me just a couple. I'm in now.
But it wasn't. It's not your network because it was fast transfer speeds, but it just
my network is ridiculously good.
But like my point is, I was sending a lot of data for a long time, so I don't understand. If it was TAD, I'd be sending a lot of data, well, a small amount of data for a short period, for a long period of time. I understand that. So I don't understand why sometimes it sends 1 mega data and sometimes it looks like it sends 50 megabytes of data.
How can we move so quickly now? The sales speed's increased.
Yes, we've now got... This is the fastest that sail speed gets. If you want faster, you need to have warping, which I haven't even done. That's beyond my play. Hence, asking questions about... oh, it's just locked up. You're flying. Again, we should call out when we're about to land, just so people know. Because it doesn't really like...
I landed.
Doesn't really like that massive...
Also, you should slow down. Give it some time to load.
I don't think that's a thing. I really don't.
It is a thing.
I don't think so. It's just you're right to the planet. Here's the planet. Well, we can't. It's quite hard to tell. Okay, I'm going to use the very loose term we've automated the spaceships. We haven't, but at the very least, we have a place to automate the spaceships too. I need sent to this logistics station the various subcomponents now. So Schalke had over here. No, over here. No. Over somewhere. Somewhere on this planet is some hydrogen generation. Hydrogen fuel rod generation. Is it like on the other side of the planet entirely? Yeah, again, when you have more planets, when we have 10 planets, I can memorize this planet, that's alright. I can't memorize 10 planets, that ain't happening. So I want the ability to say, where is the nearest blah 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 blah, blah in storage.
Hey, Malcolm, can you check and see why the processors aren't flowing?
Do you mean processors, or do you mean...
Yes, yellow processors.
I mean, I'm grabbing...
Look like a...
From
look
hot
like
singles,
a
yeah?
wafer with a chocolate border and some marzipan in the middle.
Were they going into the what's it called?
I'm sorry.
Into one of the interstellar logistics.
I don't care anything you have to say. That sounded delicious.
I know, right?
Was that one of the interstellar logistics things?
It's certainly arriving on this planet from another planet, but this is what I mean. I want to be able to see all the planets in the game that are shipping out to logistics processors. So I don't want to have to go, where did I do that? Which is the current setup, which is obviously, you know, arse.
Processors. Yeah, I'm having a look at processors now. Just running over there to have a look.
Yeah. Remember, on that planet, you can just literally find another vein and just run it all the way across the planet into an existing one if it's worn out. But
yeah, it's generating. It's just slow on the production line. Let me just have a quick look, and I'm just powering up, and I'll go and check it out.
Yeah, the big question is why?
Yeah. But why?
New Mansion, you were very correct, by the way, on my temporary, what are they called? Not Kardashian crystals. What are they called? Casimir crystals. We have kind of kept that set up.
I think it's a silicon issue.
There's no lack of silicon on the hot singles. Yeah, I could really give it a tier 2 shopping area as well. The Schalke has an odd approach, by the way, because Schalke mines very, very quickly and shoves it all into storage. So, like, he's got massive storage towers of ore, which aren't being dealt with necessarily. Like, he's emptying out the veins as quickly as possible.
We're making a load of silicon, but someone's stripping a load of silicon off. Like, half the silicon is being nicked from that line, and it's going somewhere else. I'm checking where that is. To a silicon storage. Why?
That might just be an original setup that just doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, so yeah, some of the silicon, like literally half the silicon is being smelted and then going to a storage facility, which then goes and is backing up into the interstellar logistics thing.
That's good. That means
which is currently.
That means the interstellar logistics can
Yeah.
pull as much as it can pull. So that's correct.
Yeah, but what it's doing is it's probably, I would say, a sixth of the capacity of the storage, and it's ripping half of that straight off. So either we need to make more silicon, or reduce the amount that's being taken off. I'm checking. I'm looking.
Sorry, I can access the inventory of logistics stations anywhere on the planet. Well, if I can see them, I can. But that's not really very helpful. I want a list. Oh, are you telling me I can grab stuff out of the logistics stations into my inventory from anywhere on the planet? Because if so, that's quite a game changer.
Yes. Yeah, no, that is exactly how it works.
Interesting. Do the logistics drones not have to fly to me then? Let me rephrase the question. So we do have magic teleportation, just only for one specific thing in the whole game. Any fuel.
I'm working on it, Esmir. I'm just upping the amount that comes out.
Yeah, we want everything to back up as much as possible, because then we can just pull more, which we inevitably will. That's a shame. If the logistics drones then had to run over to me to give me my thing, that would be quite cool. I would also like an upgrade to the wireless tower, please. It's got much more range. I don't have anything that I can use for power in my inventory. There's plenty of oil lying around, but I really don't want to use that. And there's no way to pause the build queue either. So my build queue apparently has priority over my construction queue. So I cannot build this wireless power tower to my construction queue stage, or I have to cancel my construction queue, which just annoys me.
Why don't you just burn something?
I've burned everything. Luanchen, the problem they've got is...
I don't know, you can burn that graphene, the carbon nanotube.
Graphene is 96 kilojoules.
You can burn some diamonds.
I don't...
Oh wait, no, this is a titanium diamond.
I know, I
But
do.
diamonds are forever.
Diamonds are... I guess diamonds are... To be fair, diamonds are 900 kilojoules, but specifically minus 50% fuel chamber gen. Minus 80% fuel... No. These are emergencies only, so I just cancelled my build queue. It's alright. My own fault. I'm lost again. Ah, here we go. That's where I wanted to be.
Wait a second, you have deuteron fuel rods.
Oh, I'm not wasting those. Those are going in spaceships. We have so few of those. I was just running a line of fuel rods across. So in a second, you'll see how fuel
I
rods...
could have sworn that I automated something with that.
We've had some automated fuel
No,
rods,
I didn't.
but we've got maybe, if I'm generous, 100. I don't know how many we need, but I'm going to hazard a guess. We're going to want somewhere in the region of 500,000. That's my guess. I'd also like I'd like some more upgrades for the Theocrus. I don't know if there are any in the next patch, but I'd like solar wings or something. So just gently pull in a bit more solar energy. Oh, I'm out again. But I'm not building anything. Come on, chop chop. So I'm pulling in so much power because I've got so many construction drones Everything's just stopped dead. We could also do with automating spaceships. I think Shaka said he had. Come on, fly here, build that. I don't want to burn diamonds. I really don't. But I will if I have to. Oh my goodness, my guy can't even walk anymore. There he goes. Run! When you run low on power, by the way, you still play the same run animation, you just play it slowly. It's not how running works. Oh my god, that's... Yes, I realise I'm trying to power my mech off of leaves. I understand.
So I've just massively ups the silicon construction rate.
Here's a...
So that should help it out.
Here's a question now. In theory, as I have an electric car, all I need to do is shove into it electricity. It doesn't care how or where. So I could have a steam turbine and a boiler and a closed circuit. So I could, in theory, have a coal-fired car. Like, you know, fairly easily as well. Much easier than converting a petrol car to coal. I wonder how far you go. Like, how far would a shovel full of coal took you? Because obviously you went quite a long way on coal on trains, and trains are a lot bigger than cars.
Colin Fur is made of coal/wood powered lawnmower.
Oh my, yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh yeah.
I have Tesla Towers.
Which
Yeah.
coal gas.
Dergashot, I was waiting for the Tesla Tower to build. That's the problem. Not the Tesla, the wireless. The problem was that it wasn't building. Can we do these yet? No. Where are you guys? So Malcolm's over on that planet. We're all here. Yeah, we could do with a lot more logistic specials, or we could do with the components of that automated. Everything, automate all the things. Yeah, we do have automated deuterium fuel rods, but we do not have very many. Like our rate is low, and I've just dibsed all of it. And here's Shauka. Hey, Shauka.
Woohoo.
Why can't I make that? I need... Ah. So do we have... We must have titanium glass somewhere. What I don't have is enough soil to continue to build out in the right direction. Ironically. Did I actually make this by hand? I think I did.
Requesting clearance to join.
Yeah. You are. 554.
Joining.
The pattern is clear.
I have successfully joined.
Shauka, I seem to recall you mentioned you had automated some of the spaceship-y bits. Is that true?
I don't remember what spaceships require.
Space, and then a ship to put the space into. Forgot why.
The deodorant rods. I thought they are needed.
I hope not. No, they're not. No. Sorry. I apologise. We are slowly beginning to sort out carrier rockets, but we do not have enough logistics vessels by a long shot, unfortunately. And I think you said you were doing something with those. And hello to Fuse Wasabi. I did make Fortress Craft. Hi. Esmir, did you like my review of this game?
I haven't read it yet.
Classic. That's... Yeah, our solar sail generation is also not scalable. Apologies. And I don't have any super magnetic rings. But I think we did set those up on another planet to be transported here. Big part of your childhood. Oh man, you make me feel old. No, that's good. No, it's there was a whole selection of people. I'll say in the age range of sort of 7 to 15 who couldn't afford Minecraft because Minecraft was the first $15 or pound, first £15 Xbox game, XBleak game. So lots of people were like, I ain't paying that for it. Excuse me. So yeah, lots of people. You know the meme, we've got Minecraft at home, it's Fortress Craft. That was very much the thing, you know, hilariously in retrospect. Let me get all those going. No, Degashay, I do not, because all the fusion fuel goes in spaceships. I am a pointless tiny thing. I'm also standing next to wireless towers, so I'm not wasting the fuel, which is far and few between. That's going in spaceships. So I will. Usually I grab graphite. Graphite is good enough and cheap and plentiful.
Yeah, I have drone production set up, but
well,
I don't have logistic vessel thing.
I mean, at some point, could you send like 10,000 them back here or something? Also, if anybody is on Dora World and has soil, could you come and help make a build area out the back for our spaceships? I'm kind of beginning it, but it's going to cause us some pain. Now, I did have a big water collection thingy. There it is. That I have to put water in my inventory by hand right now. Blah. Yes, there was a period of time, 7 or 8 months, when Fortress Craft existed on the Xbox and Minecraft didn't. And I quite frankly made a lot of money during that point in time. Whoopsie. Please ignore that. What do I need? I need a bunch of these. That. Brilliant. Yes, I'm mostly just getting the ball rolling on this. I'm obviously not planning on doing it all by hand. That would be terrible.
Whereabouts are you on Dora World?
Go to the launch bit.
Yeah, where's that?
If you look,
I think I know.
It's really big. You can't
One's
miss
coming
it.
down.
Now
where am I? I'm there, right? Okay.
I mean, that's a bit of an understatement. Say it blew up. Fortress Craft ended up as the 7th biggest selling title on the Xbox, digital title on the Xbox 360. It didn't just blow up. Like, we were not a lot smaller than Uno. Like, that's how big Fortress Craft was. I want to say Jim Sterling. It could have been somebody else, but they were like, oh, these games have, but it's just the Xbox Live indie games. Or if it's not like it's a real big seller, and it's like the XBleak games made up 7 of the top 10, I think it was. Like the only XBLA titles to do better than the XBleak was Uno, Minecraft, and Trials. That's it. Like the sales of let's say Limbo weren't even close to the sales of Fortress Craft. Now they sell for more money, but when you're talking about sales units, the how much each one sells for tends to be secondary. To be fair, they are cubes with water in them.
Where do you want some soil? Where you are now?
No, by the launch area, which is where I'm heading now. With my 200 water.
Okay, I can see you. I'm following you. I might be there.
Yeah,
I hope
you're
I
on there.
am.
Do you see the? Yeah, basically, out that away.
Aha. Yep. Which carry on? Right.
Yeah, and then
Left.
we can just make a big flat area there. That'd be cool. Oh, cool! I can make 104 of it. It's going to take a while, but if I had some room, I have found it's quicker, by the way, to pop down an assembling machine and tell it to make something than to craft it in my inventory. And if I place it in a good way, that could become the final one. But yeah, pretty much. I've got like, I don't have enough soil pile, but I just want it out this way, just so we can extend out yonder. Did Keemstar help market it? Well, he tweeted about it about 3 times, and that was really all it needed.
Esmir, the processors are improved. It looks like someone's gone and sacked a load of the silicon and a load of the micro processors, whatever they're called, the circuit boards, which is severely hampering
Sacked.
production.
Gotcha.
What do you mean sacked? What they
Sacked.
Yeah, what's that mean?
They've taken half of the circuit board, half of the requirements for the processors themselves,
Yeah.
so that those machines basically didn't have enough of them, and also the silicon that's used to create.
They're only sent into a storage container, right?
They're sent into a storage container, but basically it was sapping half of them.
Yeah, but that storage container
which meant
fills up.
that the machines.
Yeah, but then the storage container fills up, and then it takes 0% of it. That's what I did.
Exactly.
You tap off and then you leave it. So when you come back, there's
Yeah.
30,000 there of whatever it is that your heart desires.
Yeah. There were, I think, 7 storage Mark 1s on there, and it's only filled one and a half of them.
See, that to me says that the production was too low.
Which way do you want to go from here, DJ?
I can improve the production, I guess.
Just kind of this whole area, like just this whole area, just as much as you've got soil.
Okay.
Just so I can just start to put some little inline thingies, and then we can scale it up. Do you mean charged accumulators? Yes, you could put charged accumulators in, but you'll notice I'm no longer having power issues because I've stopped flying around. I'm going to be hanging around this area for quite a while now. He says, hopefully.
Want the land leveled between them?
Sure, I can just do conveyor belts there.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way to invert a conveyor line, because sometimes I build it in the wrong direction, and there isn't a way to go through, so no. But I'm not really running out of power anymore, because I was doing a lot of construction, and I will be again, but not for a while. Okay, so I want a... and I don't know what we're doing here. So what was this one? This one was, it doesn't matter. I guess this could be the circuit boardy bits. Is
that enough? Do you want more?
Oh yeah, like
I've still got 13.4 left.
13.4 thousand. Just.
Yeah, of soil.
If you start,
13.4k.
if you can extend towards this little peninsula over here, then we can use that.
Approaching Matti.
Don't anyone build too much. To be fair, now we've stopped using mass build. I think that was causing a lot of our issues. Just a reminder, don't use copy paste. Shift is probably okay because it's only a few items, but when you were doing a lot, that was really messing things up.
Need more concrete.
Blueprints.
Concrete. There is concrete over...
Foundation, sorry.
Yeah, there is concrete over somewhere or other.
Yeah.
So we
But
want...
did somebody copy and paste something?
No, we did previously, and it was causing definite derps. Yeah, every single logistics game I play is the same. I go, this is good, this is good, this is good. I should have given myself more room. Always. Right,
Esme, how's that looking production-wise? Is that better? Definitely improved.
It just arrived.
and so that
There's
was,
only 242 drones made.
that's more than I've got currently. I'm just going to pop it over here for a moment. So what we'll do is later on we will connect all these up into one proper setup. But once you've kind of got the basics, once you've hooked it in, it's quite easy then to run proper resources into it. Certainly, and I'm getting the hang of this because in Fortresscraft you sort of have an in system. In this one you have more like parallel rails. Also, I tried doing a bus system, and quite frankly, I don't know why anybody ever would. Whatever you do, something always generates way more than the rest and ends up soaking up the whole line. And there's no sort of way of saying limit to only blah 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 per per second or like clever gating or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay, now I need titanium glass, which I could do 93 of. Again, if I set up this, I say it in an idiot way, people will be able to take this and then improve each of the steps, and probably after a while we will just replace these steps with logistics. Future flips, what are they called? Logistics stations. What are we making here? We're making titanium glass. Not titanium glass. It's is it titanium glass? It is titanium glass. Now, at least one of these things is easy because I can just do that, and I can gather me some water. No, Luanchin, do you take those words back? This is a temporary setup. We will not be here in another 100 hours. At least for once, I've spread it out. I'm learning.
Clever girl.
Need liquid sources, need foundation support. Oh, wait, there's one. Oh, bugger. Now I need to annoying thing of just one bit of conveyor belt, and then you. What? No. Collide with other. Sometimes it's so weird when it goes, nope, I'm not doing that. I refuse to do that particular conveyor setup for no reason I can work out. Just go, no, it collides, but it doesn't say what it collides with. It doesn't look like it's colliding. It just doesn't work. Okay, so we need water, that's good. We need titanium, I've got a little bit of me. And that's only from just over there, so that's good. And then we need this glass, which does exist on the level. So we now have, I say all the steps are automated. All the steps could be put together for a slow run. Right, we're making crystals just over here. So again, this is not rocket science now to hooked up with that one. Now this, again, is not automated because this requires hydrogen to be put in by hand. But hopefully with these nice long conveyor runs, it means that someone can just inject more of whatever it is that we're lacking into the run. So Casimir crystals are now also hooked up. So essentially at some point somebody just needs to come and look at what I've done, run back to whatever thing is lacking and jam it in. So that-
my.
Brr. It's a bit odd, though I like it that conveyor belts don't need any supports. I saw actually Mr. Chicken's name in the deepest, darkest oceans, or possibly the other side of the planet. Okay, so why are you not creating anything? Oh, because I haven't hooked up the cashmere crystals.
See the DDRcus as well now. We're looking.
Just look down, I'm beneath you.
Hi.
Can I get this in anywhere? Only in a rubbish way. Is it going to let me? Yes.
Yes.
Well, you know what I mean? It's a bit finicky, isn't it, on the logistics, on whether or not it's like sometimes it just puts the conveyor belt around the side and goes, nope, can't connect around the side. I was like, well, don't connect around the side.
I'm thinking of warping to another star.
Okay. I'd like to point out, by the way, that we are still lacking literally all the resources that we want here. We don't want to overextend because we haven't solidified our current position even slightly. What we do want, though, conversely, is to start work on finding the rare materials. So the next patch, which I've had a brief look at, adds in use for some of these things. Right now, we are discharging power on Dora World, not charging.
There's a star that has sulfuric acid and multiple rare ores.
Sulfuric acid would be good. Because we can get rid of an awful lot of infrastructure if we had that.
Acellus borealis. G-type star. It's yellow.
But it should probably rename to sulfuric acid star for a start. That's what I do in No Man's Sky. I just call it like enriched indium or whatever. So yeah, so I need to work these back. So I didn't load these into this machine.
Sorry, were you talking about adding sulfuric acid to the logistics?
I think he was talking about that. Yes.
Yeah.
I can start working on that. I guess.
But right now, bear in mind, I've got this rickety handcrafted spaceship launching system, and we have 0 green cubes being created. So, but if Schalke wants to make sulfuric acid available on the interstellar network, that's good, and we can tear up a whole bunch of stuff. But no green cubes is definitely a problem. That's cashmere cubes. Oh, I've buggered this up. What have I done? Bugger! Next to the conveyor belt up like a twit. Yeah, that should have been in there. And then... angle too wide. How about you go fuck yourself? In there. Pop. And out there.
There's some foundations. Woohoo.
We did leave our Icarus mission on time. So COZ, allow me to sum up the last 2.5 hours of our stream. Why isn't this mining machine done yet? Shall I find some more general knowledge questions on the internet? So literally, Izzard said, I went to have a look at your stream, but you seem to be doing a pub quiz instead of playing computer games. So that's literally what we devolved into. I mean, it was quite a fun pub quiz. But literally, not exaggerating, 2.5 hours of this shit. I don't know what I will do though. It looks like I might actually have the resources to deal with that a bunch faster. But yeah, we will probably go back to Icarus at some point, but only when they add something in that's like, oh, look what they've added. At this point, no plans to go back in, because it did start well, but it again, like Valheim, I'm like, this is brilliant. After a few hours you go, we've seen everything, they haven't implemented any more game yet. And then Valheim, unfortunately, spent their entire time going, we've removed this boss killing exploit, we've removed this boss killing exploit, we've made this harder. It's like, don't do this. Add in more content. The genie, the cat is out the bag, shall we say. You can't go, whoops daisy, let's make this. That just pisses people off. Much better to ship your game way too hard and then make it easier. People like that. Didn't make that right, did I?
I need to research the warp.
Can we? Again? Okay. That one. I
have so fast research that on-demand research is viable.
It's quite nice. It's yes, you can on-demand research for a while, basically until the queue runs out. Like we have no purples. That's it. That's it. We have no more purples. Don't queue up shit willy-nilly. Nope, that's it. There's no more purple. You're now down to about 1 a minute on purple. Wait for it. You can see the number rocketing downwards. Bibbidi 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 bibbidi, and wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Stop. As soon as these are out.
Waiting.
8. We might just have enough in the labs. Just. Yeah, we're just gonna have enough. There's no more backlog. That's it.
Oh.
So yeah, don't research anything else that needs purple. That is not gonna happen. If it's just red, blue, or yellow, brilliant. Anything else? May not miss you.
Well, it can't happen slowly.
No, it will happen slowly, but there's no point. So if you
still working
use
on
any purple.
that one's fine. It doesn't use purple. The point of not pre-doing it is you don't pre-do it, then if we decide we want something, it'll happen in a few seconds. As opposed to if we chose the wrong thing, then that can that will sit there. It will have wasted purples that we don't want. So any other researches should be fine. We have many of them backed up. I'm glad there was an island there because that's how much I ended up using. Henry, can you extend out this way, the way I'm facing next?
Yep.
Well, I need to do the same for Lippet and Gibbity there.
Run out of soil. Damn it. How do I get more soil?
Build something where there's a hill and it will go flat and you'll get the excess soil. It just turns up. That's why I asked you if you had any. Just come and spend it here. Well, there isn't really an end game to this. So, I mean, if I look at the research, and bear in mind not all research is created equal, we are at this point through the progressions. So, quote unquote, all we have left to do is planetary ionosphere utilization, Dirac inversion, universe matrix, and once we create 4,000 universe matrices, we're done. End of game. There's nothing left to play. That's it. 0 more game. But
Technology progression is it's not all of it.
what?
I started a single player game and I realized that having like proper low level production is progress, even though it's not progress on the technology tree.
Yeah, but the question was how far are we through the game? My point is we're about 95% of the research items through the game, but these last 4 are doozies. So it's hard to say. some. No, you well, I mean, you probably could have one Dyson sphere. I suspect you'll end up with a lot, but we'll see. Right now, our launch rate is 0 per second. So, you know, that's a blocker. So, how do you make space warpers? What are they made?
You have reached the ability to warp.
Gravitational
When you're
lenses
out
can
of the
be
planetary
turned into
gravitational
that.
range. You can use the capsule.
New deuterium rods, there's a supply.
Yeah, so gravitational rod, well, we don't have a deuterium rod
An
supply.
additional space warper. If you want to
Well, we
travel
do,
freely between
but
the
it's
stars,
dibsed
you need
until
to
such
prepare
point as we've got
sufficient
more
energy
than
and space
fuck all.
warpers.
Many more of those needed.
Warp core warm. Engage.
Bit underwhelming. So I zoom out now to the out map. Oh, there I can see you, Sharka. I can see you on another planet. Is it really called Golden Waterfall?
I named it that.
Oh, okay. So you're going to the one with kimberlite ore and optical grating crystals, or with the sulfuric acid oceans?
Yeah, the sulfuric acid is the main thing.
That'd be
looking for
good
here.
because we have finite oil here, and reducing our oil usage is always good.
Yes, please.
I get in the habit of making sure I'm standing inside of wireless thing when I get distracted. Okay, so this one is going to be... is that 2 or 3? That's 3. But, alright, well, we will do that. So 2 in... Actually, let's make this over here. Let's at least try and think ahead, which is tricky for me. What I'll do, same thing. We'll have 3 in lines. I guess I know that one of them will be, 2 of them will be slower than the other. And 1 and 2 and 3, and this will be our them. Now, see, now I can just drop off my solar sails. So we have a very slow solar sail setup as well. What happened? Has he just gone AFK, or is he just super focused?
Super focused.
God, I hope he's AFK. Oh shit, I muted him. Okay, and microprocessors, which we do have. Oh, wait a minute. Microprocessors are right here. Synergy.
We want oil on Dora World.
We have oil on Dora World, but it's finite.
So what do we want? Do we want to do anything with it, or what's the infinite option then?
There isn't one. Find more planets, as far as I'm aware.
Right.
Which is quite annoying, to be honest.
Should I be trying to do something with the crude oil seeps, or just
what you can do?
What do you want done with them?
What you can do is just hook them up to the existing runs. So that can be done. So we already have existing runs of oil. There's in fact a very long one. You'll find an oil, but you could just run them all into that, and then you could ignore them for probably about 40 hours, as it won't. It will take a long time to run. I can put this: if you can hook them all up quickly, that will take 40 hours to run out, which is much better in a way than rehooking up a new one 10 times, one every 4 hours. You just don't think about it. But we're not desperate for more oil. Oil is annoying because of the way it works, which is it slowly stops being as good over time. Every 11 hours it halves in oilness.
What do we want to be using the oil for, or not using the oil for?
The main thing is organic crystals, and there is a shit ton of support network underneath that, like diamonds and plastic and refined oil. But Esmia's got all that set up, so mostly all we need is a reliable amount of more for that.
Basically,
I'm off.
Yeah.
But I've improved the silicon quite a lot, and I've also improved the motory thing that I was doing quite a bit.
Cool.
Still not in amazing amounts, but it's probably about 150% of what it was before. Yeah,
Cool.
they are improved.
Well, thank you. Will we be seeing you after dinner?
Oh,
you're off. You're off tonight, aren't you? Oh God, you're going into London now.
I'm off tonight.
It's like nearly bedtime.
Huh?
Man. It's like nearly bedtime. You said you're going to London.
Yeah, that was today. I was there today.
Oh right.
I've already been to London. wasn't sure what time I was going to get back. But I basically had lunch in London. I haven't eaten yet, but I need to eat now. And yeah.
Yeah, cool.
And I'm all pretty exhausted, so I probably won't be on. But yeah, do you LFS tomorrow?
That's the plan. Were you up late last night for some stupid reason?
Maybe I was up until 3ish. I don't know.
It's about 2:30.
Stupid reason.
Yeah.
Well, went to bed. I got in bed about 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, thank you for coming along, and you should join to Let's Speak. So it's good fun. It's like this game. I wouldn't play it single player, really. I have done.
Yeah.
But mostly, if I play it single player, it's because I'm practicing for multiplayer. Not that I need it.
I don't know. I've seen some of your races.
Hey.
to
Well, enjoy your.
be fair, I'd be more likely to watch. I'd be more likely to watch and clip stuff on LFS than play it.
There's quite a lot. We need to get better at clipping stuff. Like as a channel, we should clip stuff.
All right. Anyway, good night, everyone.
No.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Have a good night.
I have to say, at least at this point, there is also scope for what I'm doing, which is a crafting machine that has one hopper for each of its materials, and I can carry an awful lot of one material, and I can drop in a couple of hours worth of crafting stuff at this point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then, as I said, as time goes on, that should then become automated.
Yeah.
I think I've done it. I think I've done all of the spaceships now. Like this is, I say 100% automated. It requires filling of some big hoppers, but irregularly. I've also built this like a complete twit. I keep on doing this. This is not how you do them in this game. You read it. Oh, let me. Like you have to in this game. You don't put them in. You run the conveyor belts past and tap them off. But I keep running conveyor belts in because that's the Fortress Craft way.
Yeah.
But this has these essentially robot arms, even though they're not.
What's the benefit of running past instead of in then?
Because if you run past, then it's dead easy to then have another machine and another one. So you're running rails of resources past it. As opposed to what I keep doing, which is run it in there, going, oh yeah, that doesn't actually expand at all.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I get that. Mm-hmm.
I'm quite bad.
Regarding oil,
Yes.
I've got one thing here that I built earlier that is making hydrogen. Is the kind of main use of it, but I need to do something with the refined oil so it doesn't stop the hydrogen production, and that's going to a thermal power plant and sulfuric acid. Should I stop that?
You shouldn't be burning it, definitely. Refined oil is useful. That's a fine early game thing, though. And then, there are plenty of places where it could be. I mean, Esmia has a whole mega industrial complex of chemical production.
Yeah.
You could fractionate it into hydrogen.
So essentially, what will happen is you'll end up with too much hydrogen and not enough deuterium. That's how this game works. So you end up burning hydrogen, and then you can't burn it anymore because you're making so much power. So you just end up making enormous storages of. They haven't balanced it right. At least that's what I found in my single player playthrough. It's just, I cannot, in order to get enough deuterium, I've just got more hydrogen than I can possibly do anything with. There's not
You can use the particle collider to press hydrogen into deuterium.
I can use the what, sorry?
Particle collider. You can produce deuterium out of hydrogen.
Yeah, doesn't that require? Hold on, I can't remember now. Another orc. I can't look at it in this thing. I can't build one. There is a caveat there. I can't remember what it is though. There's something that's a pain in the ass there, certainly. Might just be power. Shit. Well, that was a bad connect. I wish this game had a Control Z, by the way, because I do make mistakes and just go, can I just... No, I can't. I did think about doing a Control Z in Fortress Craft. Just your last build command could always be undone.
You want a super build?
That would be a bunch of build commands, but you could definitely undo the last one.
Yay, out of my 1000 build commands I can undo the one. Yay.
Well, that's... Right now, it's the masterly. I keep on clicking masterly and going, oh, no, I didn't... Oh, bugger. Unless I keep doing it, you know, it's not that often. Okay, so spaceships are now being, I'll say constantly crafted as long as we keep those resources topped off by hand. This is not a long-term solution. In the interstellar logistics, we really need deuterium fuel rods, frames, quantum chips, solar sails, and processors. Times many. We're out of...
I have sulfuric acid tapped, but I don't have the warpers to get them to Dora Star.
Oh, that's so... That means that to... So that's a constant use of quite awkward materials for the moment to keep us going then. Can we actually sustain that at the moment? I don't know. This is outside of my progression point in the game.
Depends a little how much sulfuric acid will help us.
Well, it reduces the amount of crude oil we're spending, but that's not a blocker for us right now. Our blocker is 100% spaceships, carrier launchers, all the equipment, and green cubes. But right now I am just doing spaceships. But we cannot do a Dyson sphere until we have 2,000 green cubes. Like, cannot. That is our major energy blocker. Okay, so that's I say that's processes automated. I don't seem to have... Oh, there is some in transit now. Okay, good. But I'll probably do the same thing. I'll hook up all of this stuff from that at some point. I think we've only got one. How many fire ice generators have we got? Oh, I can't see them from here, can I? I think just one at the minute. So that's another task, is we want a lot more interstellar hydrogen, because it's unlimited. Not interstellar. Gas giant hydrogen. Right, why aren't you working? You're not working because you don't have any of those. Why don't you have any of those? You don't have any of that. You don't have any of that because you haven't got any titanium. Oh well. Titanium I think I can manage too. me go and pick up some more conveyor belts. Oh wait, hold on. I'm just getting titanium. Oh, hold on. Let me. Indecision. Let me get back to where I was before I took off. Check that. Right, that's not asking for titanium. That's a pity. That would have been nice. But I'll go get some more. Conveyor belts. Yeah. I picked up like 600 conveyor belts earlier, and we only made 300 since I was there.
I'm trying to figure out why. Is that there's level 3? I'm trying to figure out why it's slow. I think I'm trying to figure out where we were on that.
I mean, it's constant, and that's the important thing. It's not fast.
Yeah.
Fast is good, but you know, as long as I can go back there and there's more, that's always good. Oh, look at our ring. It's beautiful.
We're getting about to get an eclipse almost of the sun.
It's annoying.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, that again is wonderful rendering. It's very annoying because you can't send railgun shots up there or anything. So right now we have 3,200 things in the swarm. We are generating 114 megawatt. I bet we're pulling down nowhere near enough of that. I should definitely see about crafting some more of those. I didn't realise that each. I know that the receiving capacity of the system is determined by how many dishes are receiving it. So 10 dishes each receive less than 1, but there's an upper cap, which I didn't realise. It's only 15 megawatt. So that's a bit of a derp on my thing, because on my game I only had 1, thinking that's enough, and I didn't realise I needed to build lots.
More.
Whoops. Right, I need to get more logistics stations up, and then at that point possibly tidying up some see how much yellow research. Again, reminder, green cubes need to happen, and is no one doing this because we are not progressing until that happens.
What's the blocker?
We don't have anyone making green cubes. Like that is
I'm guessing it's on the quantum chip side. Is this short supply?
no one's doing anything on it. We're not making any. We're making literally none. No one has done anything towards making greens. Like I am making some quantum chips for. In fact, there's a quantum chip supply here. Oh, that might be my one actually. Yeah, that's my one. So we are making them. But like the resources aren't great. But we don't have a crafting setup. We definitely don't. I don't know about the gravity lens.
Gravity lens automation is up, I think. It might have manual input.
Where did I want it to? Bugger, I forgot. Oh, it's right here. In fact, it was there. Think. Yes, good. Yeah, so this is automated apart from that. I've got to put glass in it once every so often. I'm lost. Alright, and so that is fully automated. That's cool. Oh, yeah, it is. We don't have enough hydrogen, but it is automated. It's just mostly this glass now. Yeah, I didn't make that one very well. That can't really be extended, but tidy it up. We are currently at a spaceship production rate of 0 per minute. Why? Why don't you have CPUs? You should do. Ah! I done a derp earlier. It's amazing how often, by the way, I delete a Tesla coil that's in the way, and it turns out it was completely optional anyway.
Might be hard to notice when it's not optional.
Well, I just delete them now on the matter that it's in the way, and then I stick it back if something starts to whine. But I stick it back somewhere slightly better. Cycle 60 seconds. Okay, so for our Dyson ring, we are at... Oh, I'm not close enough to click on it. We are at 16 out of 120. So this is the absolute smallest possible Dyson system. There is nothing smaller than this. I want to get that up, and then by the time we've done that, hopefully our production's a bit more than the woeful 0 per minute we're currently doing. What are we waiting for? Those. And they are waiting on frames. Frames are waiting on... Oh. They're waiting on me offloading it from the crafting machine. Always check your work. I think it was Mindustry. I said to Max, when you've created something, don't leave, just watch it for at least one cycle. Otherwise you go away going, brilliant, that's done, and come back an hour later going, you didn't do anything. And we are fully manual on the crafting of frames as well. So that's no good. Although all of those materials do exist in the world. If Max was here, I'd just say, find them. They're around somewhere. Connect them up. Right, well, now that I've connected it up, we are now up to a massive 0 per minute. Okay. Oh, wait, here comes some. But yeah, my single player playthrough, I didn't realise quite what sort of volume of production you needed for these spaceships. So I just relied on leaving the game running overnight. I said I'm not seeking to challenge myself from that. I just wanted to progress through. As I said, I think this is an excellent game, and to a great degree it is a very strong Fortresscraft competitor. And I think it's a good game, unlike Factorio. I think what makes this for me over Icarus is this game is epic. Like, you're creating a Dyson sphere and you can just see it in space, and it's just amazing. Whereas like Icarus, I said we were excited that we suddenly got an LED torch. Yay. Apparently across the whole of our system, which I should probably rename, we have a whole 43.8 crude oil per second. That's our upper limit, and that's obviously going down. So half a fire ice a second seems odd. Is that if we did all of the gas giant? Or is that per gas giant node, and that is for the whole system?
I think it might be the actual collection right now,
There's
not
no...
what is max possible.
Oh, you reckon we're doing 43 per minute? Maybe, but why would that be our collection rate and everything else is our how much is left? But I guess it is technically how much is left. Does it go back up if we stop mining it? With the forest heal?
The collectors can only be placed on the
The equator, yeah.
and they are quite wide, so it is possible to gap the gas giant.
Yes,
So
but
no more extractors are
yeah, no, that
possible.
I believe that number is showing current, not theoretical peak. Yeah, current. Yeah, it's per peak. But the weird thing is that map shows us partly our remaining resources and partly our resources per second.
It's for the infinite resources.
Well, no, because for infinite resources, it's showing us resources per second, current. Crude oil is a finite resource, and it's showing us current, and all the rest, it's just showing us how much is left. It does. It goes to about 1 every 1,000. Yeah, so these are remaining amount per... So, I mean, Dirk, like, you might be wrong. That might be how much we're doing, because obviously right now we've only got one of them. It's the fact that crude oil is showing us our current generation rate, because it's just going up. So that's definitely how much we're collecting. I wish I could flip these to click to show me A, how much we're collecting, and B, how long to deplete. How long to deplete is important. And it doesn't show us that. That's annoying, because I wish it did. Let's get these processors out. That'll work. That'll do. Cool. So, optical grating crystals aren't used in this game, but they will be in the next patch, and they're used for the better miners. Why do I have 5 spaceships in my inventory?
Don't know.
Do you know where I should send them?
The space.
To space!
To space! Sorry.
Space!
The Casimir crystals have a recipe that comes from this rare ore.
Yeah. I mean, how many of them are there?
Half a million?
That's quite a lot. I really wish this display showed the planets. It's so annoying that it doesn't. I think we're about to get our 4th collector node. No, it's going to the wrong one. Dexter, I think you might be missing my point. My point is that list of things shows total remaining, current production, and production per node. It's completely inconsistent. Oh, that was the 5. And we are not launching anymore because we are out of those. And we're not crafting that because we are out of... Oh, wait. Oh, I did it again. I forgot to offload it. Incoming. But yeah, once I've got all of the inputs flooded up, then I can begin to increase the production run. Right now, we don't have anything trickling in. And we are lacking... Ah, so we're just lacking more of these. Well, let's make some more of those then. Oh look, there was a Tesla coil in the way. In this case it was needed though. I'm sorry, 60 fire ice a minute sounds more like a nightmare. It's quite hard to get rid of them without an awful lot of chemical plants. It's like there's just a tiny amount of hydrogen. While that goes down, why is there so little hydrogen? Because this is used. Might tap this off Henry's old thing. Oh, okay. This is the hydrogen from fire ice. Oh, and yeah, this is the stuff from the result of mining fire ice, which it looks like. Oh my god, did I forget to hook all of these up with... Oh my god, I totally did. I must have got distracted. I meant to do that. I built all the extra machines to mine all the fire ice. I forgot to hook any of them up. I did everything else.
So they built it and then didn't do anything with it.
No, I built it but forgot to plug them in. There we go. Pop, pop, pop.
Oh, right. I see what you did. Yep.
Yeah. Good. That's quintupled our hydrogen, graphite, and carbon nanotube production. So, Yano, results. I will also double check because there is a chance that hydrogen can end up in there. Don't want it to. It's not possible to build a conveyor, sorry, a sorter, and have it turned off, because it will automatically show you that you can sort anything that is in the hopper. Say, angle too wide. Shut your face. But it's not possible to say build it but don't do anything with it, apart from building the conveyor belt like that, then connect it up, and then edit it to only take hydrogen, and then pick everything up that arrived on the conveyor, and then connecting the conveyor up. Does seem like a little bit of a ball ache. Hey, there you go. So any hydrogen that does make it through should get to there, and I'll put a filter on this one too, just in case. It shouldn't. I just couldn't be able to have two offline, so I've just done a whole mass of filters. Ace. So this is completely renewable. All of this, and I swear the chat knows more than me anyway, so whatever, I'm going to say it anyway. So everything that comes off fire ice is completely renewable. So from fire ice we have unlimited hydrogen, graphene, and carbon nanotubes. The carbon nanotubes also require some titanium, so not quite, but mostly. Oh, saving? Yeah, saving. Oh, kimberlite ore. Which is, oh, that's for, what's kimberlite ore for?
You get diamonds out of it for
Okay.
quite free.
So again, they are adding in more uses for these materials in the next patch. So the only one we have in the current patch is the high tier arc smelter, which requires unipolar magnets, which only come from neutron stars, and they are twice as fast at smelting. So for endgame, that's what you want. But right now we just don't have them.
Is that the same or different thing than magnetic monopoles?
Maybe I'm talking about magnetic monopoles. It looks like 3 grey cubes. Like out of water. Water. Shame you can't.
I got million organic crystal in the veins here.
See, that's
Must be
nice.
handy.
Yeah, organic crystal's good because again we use an awful lot of chemicals to make organic crystals. A lot. But we don't have any way of getting it back, so this is nice and all, but not very useful yet. Bit unnecessary for it to. I don't mind it saving constantly, that's good. It's a bit unnecessary for it to tell me it saves successfully every time. Like, that should be the default behaviour. I shouldn't even be a concern that there's a concept of not saving successfully. Tell me about those. Okay, I have much more water now. Oh, look at that, look at that. I thought I'm going to downgrade that because it looks so lovely. Not going to overflow. Right. Yeah, so I know when it's working because if I check the space display, I should hopefully always have a spaceship on the way. So we are getting there. So again, Derek, I you could have played this much more than me because I only started playing it like last week. What was my question? Got distracted by building conveyor belts. Yeah, I don't seem to have much use for power. Like, I seem to have way more power than I need, and there's even more things available in the tech tree to generate even more power. But I don't see why. I haven't seen, like, I've got the particle colliders, which is cool, but, you know, it goes on about how much power they use, and it's like, it's not that much. Is there something later on that requires ludicrous amounts of power? You know, a Dyson sphere's amount of power. Because so far I'm just not seeing any reason to, other than look at my numbers, which is not a bad reason to do things, you know? Anyone who's played Fortune knows that look at the size of my numbers is a good thing. I mean, that's why I implemented the railgun, so you could compare your numbers with other people's numbers. Are your numbers bigger? Are your numbers smaller? That's what people care about. What plants crave.
You mean that size matters?
Yeah, but it might be small, might be big, but size always matters. As Blackadder famously said, it's not what you've got, it's where you stick it. I also, I mean, I do have very few complaints about this game. I think they've done a piss poor job on the items on cubes. Items on conveyors, though. We have blue squares. Blue squares that are shiny. Blue squares that are slightly wibbly. Because here I was like, why have I got... So if I put the camera in the right place, there's almost no difference between glass, titanium glass, and water. What I wanted to do was I wanted to remove that. No, like, no, you're misunderstanding me. I have particle colliders. I have plenty of deuterium. And I'm like, I'm making my Dyson sphere bigger because I like the number being bigger, but without any sort of pressure. It's like the game sort of tails off into a, just go wild. Oh, have we made some greens? Or is it by hand? Some just have greens in their inventory.
It was by hand.
Oh, well, could you make 1,936 more by hand? Thanks.
I was kind of considering it.
Not by hand, no. I don't care how high you are, don't do that.
No, I'm not that.
Not yet, anyway.
Shh.
Okay, so we are doing fine. Titanium is acceptable. Glass is acceptable. Kimberly, Cormorant crystals, what are they called? Casimir crystals are fine. We're mostly lacking. What we're mostly lacking is two. Oh, I can make one. Then some more carbon nanotube graphite.
Is that why I made that
Why?
networked carbon nanotube factory? Got it. I think I was doing that as part of a. Yeah.
I'm making graphene and carbon nanotubes as part of the fire ice runoff. So there's also, I say, infinite amounts up there. Don't remember why I needed the graphite now, but I've just grabbed it all from my thing. If you've got carbon nanochips. So yeah, what we need to start doing is hooking up the inputs to these. Oh yes, I wanted to make some of these. That was it. Good, because I ran out of microprocessors. Oh no, look, there's 200 microprocessors. 50. That's good. I'm just going to queue up 10 of those, stand next to a thingy, or a pair, and I'm going to grab a drink. I'll be back in a minute. And in fact, I'll leave it on the, I'll leave it on here so you can watch stuff fly. I'm not talking about this playthrough, I'm talking about a single player playthrough where I've got to the point where my Dyson Sphere is huge. I have more power than I could possibly spend. I have no reason to progress or generate more power other than, cool, look how big my space station is. Which I think is a failing of the game. After a while, I don't think the game really pushes you at all. So in Fortresscraft, almost always, at all points in the game, you have a thing, whatever it is, and you can't run that thing at close to full power. Initially it's the research lab, then it's the OET, then it's your cryo defense, and then it's your railgun. So at every point in the game, you have a thing that you want to go faster. You always have a reason to be pushing forwards and pushing forwards and pushing forwards. In this, I don't feel it has that. I think the Dyson Sphere is awesome. I think the Dyson Sphere is too good. I'm kind of expecting the ability to create matter, like to create hydrogen, or what, I guess you can, but from nothing. So you create matter from pure energy. And I haven't seen that. So I just kind of feel like I'm creating all this insane amounts of power. So I can't store it anywhere. It's far too much to even consider storing. It just doesn't seem to have any purpose. Hence why I'm asking, is there stuff later on that requires way more energy usage than, you know, I can possibly use at this point? Also, Dekashite, you have never seen a base that uses a single assembly machine for rockets. So you start by building 20. So I started putting rockets into space much quicker than you, because I started with one of everything, which can all be expanded. That's definitely not a good way of doing it. Right, I've only got one because we can't run more than one. But I could click, I could make that a row of 20, but it wouldn't help us because we don't have the supporting resources. This leads me to believe that you started setting up rockets many hours after we started setting up rockets. But this machine is not our limiting factor. It's waiting on these. And that machine is waiting on frame components. This one is waiting on carbon nanotubes, which I'm doing by hand. Yoink. I may take things a little too slow at times, but I tend to try and establish a firm base of resources before striking out too far and going, oh, I really wish I had 10,000 copper now rather than the 20 I had when I started. Hence, we've got the point to our spear. Now we just want to make the rest of the spear much, much chunkier. One of these was running out. Oh, no, it wasn't. Which one of these need the carbon nanotubes? Nope. Nope. Oh, that's graphing. Well, I might as well just... Hold on. Where does it get its graphene from? Oh, okay, there's no hopper for it. Which one of these are carbon nanotubes? One of them did. Ah, so they have actually done some balancing towards it. Okay. Ah, right, that's the issue. I put graphene in, and I meant to put carbon nanotubes in. So that's why this has come to a halt. Am twit. But yeah, probably from my my Warcraft days, I'm very good at critical path analysis. I'm very good at looking at a complex, multi-layered issue and working out what the cause of it is. And when running raids in Warcraft, people would say, "Oh, we wiped. Why did we wipe? Ah, because the tank died. Why did the tank die? Ah, he didn't have healing. Like, right, why didn't he have healing?" And it turns out it was because the hunter 5 minutes earlier hadn't cast like a certain debuff on the boss. But people would just focus on the fact the tank died, and that was almost never the first thing that went wrong. It was one of the dominoes, but it wasn't the first domino. And the first domino is always the important one. Follow me for more domino facts. This looks decidedly empty. Oh, because I filtered. Damn it. My brain, I set that to a not filter. Oh well, it's fine. That'll empty fast enough. I'm also annoyed the fact it's much easier to see what speed a conveyor belt is at night because they get little signal lights on them. During the day, you have to sort of look at this very subtle little... Hibbly flipped it on the side. Okay, what did I want from here? Oh, silicon. I regret building stuff at the North Pole, by the way. Let's not do that in future. It's a mess. And it kind of looks cool, but mostly it's a mess. Oh yeah, I was also saving up for another one of these. Oh, that bit's easy. And that's glass. We do need to get some of that. Yeah, we'll run that glass. Once I run glass and nanotubes across, it's probably fully automated. I'm quite surprised I haven't had a single "It's over, Anakin." I have the high ground out of Schalke though, with his exciting approach to structural foundations. Graphite. This is what I want to ping. I want to ping this map for where is the nearest graphite in a storage container. Or I'd like to send out my logistics bots, you know, my builder bots, just go and say, go and get me some graphite. And they're like, work. And I'm like, shut your face. And that's how I imagine they speak. Yes, I am misusing those 4 slots. I don't recall what I needed this for now. Oh yes, that. 1. Well, 1 to start. So if I go to the orbital north, you know, magnetic north if you will, does that point of the planet have constant sunlight? No. The equator has the most evenly distributed sunlight, and the closer to the magnetic north, the you get long.
Are you referring to the spin north?
You'll get long. Sorry, say again. No, not spin north. The equatorial, planar, orbital alignment north. That will get the longest days and nights, but it will get very, very long nights at one part of the year and very short at the other.
So the direction that is normal to the orbital plane, are you meaning that?
I'm considering putting 4 Dyson ray collectors around the point of the planet that will get them the most. But I can't work out if that's around the equator or around the... not spin north, but elliptical plane north. I know that's not the right term. Thank God Mike's not here, he'd be correct.
The elliptical plane north varies in the seasons. Like there's no spot on the planet that will stay constant in that direction.
Yeah, so my choice is more evenly spread, or a heavier bias towards the thing or the other thing. Yeah. No, I understand what I'm saying, but I'm also thinking about transporting resources at the same time. I've never had to consider this as a feature before. In Astroneer, what you could do is you could put your solar panels basically at the North Pole on a high up mountain and get 24-hour-a-day sun. Because there are points. Are there points on Earth where the sun never goes below the horizon, or it just doesn't go below the horizon for 6 months of the year?
6 months of the year.
For 6 months of the year.
I think.
So in theory, the quote-unquote best option is 1 railgun at the top, 1 rating at the top, 1 rating at the bottom. In practice, you might as well stick 4 around the equator. Follow me for more orbital mechanics tips. These are not good tips, don't follow me. Okay, why are you sulking? Oh, did I only laugh? What on earth? Oh, yeah, okay. Stream is not being helpful. I did a silly derp. No one called me out on it. Right.
You did a silly derp, calling you out on it.
Well, 1, you're not on the stream. So,
yes, I am.
well, okay, but you're not watching the stream.
Watching it. I'm not commenting, but...
Yeah, no, I did I didn't do a railed output. I just did output from the end one, so only one of them was outputting.
Yeah, no.
If you place it in the gate and give them the graviton lenses, they want 100% uptime. Well, that's... It depends. As long as they can see a bit of the sphere, they can. So so that's why that is a maximum size swarm, 90 degrees to the elliptical. So as far as I know, well, that's completely misproven my point. Pretty much all of the, actually, yeah, you can see I can't see any of it there. If I had 1 at north, 1 at the bottom, it probably would. I mean, the thing is, realistically, given the price of the ray collectors, you might as well just shove them down wherever you bloody want. Doesn't make that much difference. It's not a difference between, oh wow, this is dead easy and this is really hard. It's just, cool, I got slightly more power. Done. I might just shove it over here with the rest of our power grid. But they're so cheap, doesn't matter. Right, they're so cheap you could just ring the equator with them and go, whatever. But yeah, there's, like, for instance, there's no way this one here should be able to see it. And it's pretty much on the equator, isn't it? Because I think my camera is... Yeah, so they're pretty much... Well, it's a little bit way off the equator, but it's not a lot off. But there's no way that that should be able to see the thing. Unless graviton lenses means it can see through the planet, which in which case is quite a boost. But I didn't think that's what it meant. Oh, hold on. The research is bit planetary. Yeah, it just says allow ray receiver to consume graviton lenses to increase the max output power. So that sounds to me like you've got a bug. Hey, Max.
Oh.
Yeah, even still, and I've been doing it, let's say, for an hour now, even still, there's no point in having more than one of these. It would not generate rockets any faster. Due to limiting factor of that, oh, it's actually progressing. In fact, I may be outrunning all of the inputs, in which case, it's time to upgrade it. We will run out of solar rays though, because I'm not. We're not. So we have an interstellar logistics station here, by the way, with all / some of the resources we need for space and shit, and nothing's happening in it. Yeah, that's a point. I thought our interstellar system over yonder so this one requests. Is it one of those? I've looked at it. Yeah, so suddenly they're being they're transported. Okay, cool. I really could do with a lot more drones as well, like several hundred more.
Maybe check Matti how much it has made.
Well, you know the way to get more drones, don't you?
Go to Shauka's planet.
Assuming it's Dyson's for your program.
Yes.
No. Obviously, everyone has drones. So if you build and have lots of other people follow you around,
no.
all their drones come out and help, don't they?
No, not build drones. They're not called drones. They're called something else. They're called construction drones, I think. Let me check the names.
Are they something you specifically have to make?
Yeah, I'm talking about logistics drones, not construction drones. So these go off and fight, get resources from elsewhere on the planet for me, because I'm lazy. That's not what it says in the description, though. I'm not disagreeing, that's what it does, but it says allows the ray receiver to consume graviton lenses to increase the max output power. Nothing about bends lights around the planet so you can cheat. But for the price of the ongoing upkeep of the graviton lenses, why would you not just do the obvious thing and just build more ray receivers? Like, the graviton lenses would need to be throwaway cheap to offset the fact that you are turning a permanent resource into an ongoing upkeep. Like, that's worse. No matter, even if it's twice as good, it's still worse.
Doesn't multiple receivers like split the output, but the graviton like makes you capture more of the, like, make it less lossy.
Dergashite is saying what it does is it allows essentially light to bend around so that the ray receiver can work all the time. But even so, the ray receiver won't capture more than 100% of the Dyson thing. It doesn't say it increases efficiency. It just says increases the max output power, which means it goes to, you know, because when the ray locks on, it takes a while to align. So this one is currently at 17%, 30% efficiency. Yeah, I don't really know. It's not very well described, like so many parts of this game. Okay, so we're now short on quantum chips. We're short on quantum chips because we're short on titanium glass. Done it again. I've done exactly the same screw up again. Get that all in my inventory? Yes. So I've been making the offload a single thing that's not on a parallel rail. So it means that when I copy paste, I'm not copy pasting in the offload.
Yeah.
Not a bad habit to get out of. Yeah, but what you're suggesting is I set up an automated system to deliver lenses to the ray collectors all around the planet, as opposed to build 4 more of a thing that is of trivial cost and never have to worry about it for the rest of time. Like, even if the graviton lenses double the ray input, I question it's a good trade-off. Again, this is an early access game. It's safe to assume that it is not entirely balanced. And this is the problem I had in Fortress Craft, was trying to make sure that where possible things were situationally brilliant, and in other cases they weren't so brilliant. And in this case I just feel I can't work out where graviton lenses would be good. A situation where you can't build a lot of ray collectors, for example. You have space issues on your planets. You say, no, I don't believe that either. Because, look, there's a whole fucking galaxy out here to put stuff on. So space is not an issue. It's not, is it? And if you're telling me space is an issue, so you can't build 4 of these around your planet, well, get rid of the things that don't spark joy. Maybe 8 around the planet? I don't know. It's 15 megawatts each, but yeah. But again, I can't see what the gain is, because it doesn't tell me. You know, is it 10%, 100%, 6%? I don't know. I like hard numbers so I can make a decision based on that. Oh, okay. Now am I going to be able to do this? Am I going to be able to go like that and then like... Yes. Sometimes the conveyors that you do absolute bat shittery, and other times they go, no, angle's too bad. Yeah, so probably I'm going to be lacking on this glass for too long. That needs to be run in from somewhere.
I'm on the other star and I'm getting up the crystal production, Kashmir crystal production.
Okay. I mean, I've got 350 in stock now, so you know, I don't know what's my limit. We're launching rockets at a whopping great rate of 0 per minute due to not enough frames. But it's always going to be the case. I'll always be limited on something. That's literally how... Okay, and I'm limited in this case. I've run out of grey stuff. What's that grey stuff? Titanium cement block or something. What's it called? Titanium alloy, that's it. Your rail guns are not permanent though. You don't need them once you're done, do you? Because your Dyson sphere does not decay. Again, Correct me if I'm wrong. Esmia, I see you standing there. Could you tell me where the nearest titanium alloy is? I know there's some in this... no, it's plastic. I can't see any.
I should be right over here.
Aha. Righto. Have you seen... In this game, have you seen like a purple robot running around stealing all people's resources? Asking for a friend.
Nope.
Good. You can go about your business. Move along. But yeah, I tried in my single player, I had a quick play at a bus system. And I said, whatever you do, you always end up with one material consuming way more bus space than else. And I couldn't figure out a way I could even, I could manage this. Because I can't have a filter that says if we've got more than 18 per minute passing, then you should filter and not if otherwise. But it does seem like a very lazy way. If you just have a huge amount of space, you can just run everything on a conveyor and not worry about conveyor spaghetti. But you do end up taking up a monstrous amount of room and very, very inefficient use of resources. But I guess it does very much appeal to a certain play style. Right, but eventually your Dyson sphere is complete. What do you need the railguns for at that point? And what do you need the Dyson Swarm for if your Dyson spheres up? Again, apart from I like the big numbers. This is a perfectly valid reason. I like the big numbers could be an answer. But apart from I like the big numbers, why? What's the point?
You can do the next star and then start the power system by diverting the sails to that system.
Oh, you can make... Okay, but then that's only one planet in the universe. So sails can fly from sun to sun.
Well, I guess not deployed, but at least carried by the logistics vessels.
But that okay, but you. Yeah, again. Yes, that's fine. But it would look ugly, so I wasn't going to. I've got a plan. My first plan is to finish the inner ring. Annoyingly, you can't specify what ring the ship's launched to. So that's the first issue. Second thing is continue to hint to my team, we have no green cube research going on. Because I cannot begin to design our Dyson sphere without another 1,830 cubes. Solar cells are locked at the start, okay. But eventually, you'll be done. You will have filled up. There is a finite and much in front of the finite is a sensible end to your energy generation from a single star. At that point, you can deconstruct all the railguns. So says, yes, we are playing the Nebula mod for multiplayer. Currently have 4 or 5 people in. We've had it with 8. Worked really well. There are some caveats, but overall, it's working great. I don't know why I ended up doing tech support for someone trying to get their bloody game to work yesterday. I don't know what that was about. Just nice. Oops, no. I mean, the important thing is, no matter how stable it is, you can play multiplayer. And you can't do that without the mod. So I would personally say... What the fuck? I'd personally say that outweighs any other questions. I'd say the networking is better than SnowRunner's networking, if that helps your decision. But I mean, the only known issue, don't use copy paste. Be aware that when people go between planets, there's a massive network surge, and don't have more than one person try and join simultaneously. But how much does a port? Yeah, so the guy yesterday ended up saying, "Well, how much does it cost me to get a port on my router?" I'm like, oh man, just go away and Google about this. I can't give you a crash course lesson in how networking works, but I can. But I'm not going to. Apart from carbon nanotubes, is here. Is this a decent source of carbon nanotubes? No. So, in fact, it's not being filled up at all. I think we've stolen all the carbon nanotubes here for use in broadband. Yeah, but I understand it takes a while, but there is a point at which railguns are pointless. Thank you. I hope it all goes well. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm going to hang of it, guys. Ring that bell. No one ever does. Actually, sometimes people do. I'm surprised. During my dev streams, I go, don't forget to subscribe. Like 15 people go, oh yeah, good point. Why were you watching me? How did you know I was streaming? Esmir, your chemical factory is being run by a set of carbon nanotubes and you are using all of it and you're probably choking on them. Oh, no, I take it back. We are making extremely minor profit on it. I assume you're making more carbon nanotubes somewhere. Oh, are you making them then immediately?
With a rainbow?
Rainbow? That goes there. Oh, that goes into the logistics station. Wait, so... I'm full. I can't pull stuff out a logistics station and into it, can I?
Yes, you can.
So I could filter off outwards from here. The thing is, that'd be ugly, but I don't really want to build another planetary station. Oh, I've got the resources. I will just build a planetary station. Hey, we have 100 messages. As Malcolm said, significantly more audience interaction on this game than other games because...
Popular game.
Not more popular than Icarus. More suited to my subscriber base, perhaps. So I've queued up a whole bunch of logistic drones by hand. Saving. We have some purple backing up, by the way. Little bit. We have about 400 of everything apart from purple, which is our weakest one. I notice green is ticking. Are you doing it by hand there, Esmir?
Yes.
Oh man, do it the other way. As I said, it's quicker to simply put down a production machine and English to put down a production machine and stick hoppers on it and tell it to do it and do it yourself. Like it's quite substantially quicker to build doing it that way. I mean, Shaka will shout at you if he spots you, so don't tell him. What was I making? Carbon nanotubes. That was I stealing. I demand. Okay, I appreciate your opinion on this matter, and I shall rebut it with challenge accepted. It says it's just basically not possible to fill up a Dyson sphere. Well, Oh, good. I'm glad I got that right. I didn't pay any attention. I just clicked and did. Huh? How come? Where did they come from? Did I just put those in? Or did this station just get a whole bunch of materials come out of it without any power in it or any drones?
Yes.
Okay. We are significant.
Basically, the drones from the station that I had set up.
Ah, they can fly over to this one.
Yeah.
But it didn't have any power. Oh, that's for charging. Okay. Our power consumption is approaching double our power generation. Please bear that in mind, as we are now discharging at 175 megawatts.
How many more wind turbines do we want?
None. Next question. So, we could probably do with more ray receivers as well. They're easy to make as long as you've got the resources. And they're essentially solar panels. Ideally, we always want to have... Each one makes 15 megawatts, so we are 3 to 4 ray receivers short. So why does it say 0 in transit then? Oh, because you're not storing any. Why aren't you storing any? But why are none being made? Because we don't have any something coming in. What are you lacking? Oh, we don't have any graphite coming in. You're expecting graphite from somewhere, Mia, are you?
I think that might have been a problem that I was seeking a solution to, but got distracted from.
You should put graphite into it. You're welcome. Follow me for more logistics hints. Surely there's nothing stopping you going to a new planet and doing... You'll have plenty of resources around, so you could go to a new planet and simply fix your resource power there. The same thing, people say to me there's a death spiral in Fortresscraft with the cryo. I'm like, there's not. You just retreat, send up more power, and come back. It's not efficient, obviously, but does work. Esme, I've just grabbed a whole bunch of graphite, so I'm just going to send it to you briefly, because I need the graphite, the result of the graphite. But there's nothing stopping you going to a new planet, covering it in wind turbines and solar panels and magma generators, and then using that to revive your other planet. Apart from, 2 days of your life. I mean, I've seen what Shauka does. I think Shauka would find it 2 fun days of his life, but other people, not judging, don't judge. I was trying to have lifestyles on this channel, may not find covering a planet in wind turbines and solar panels fun.
Also, in real life, you have what's called a wind shadow, so you can't put them right next to each other like that.
You have that in this game as well?
It's quite small.
You can't place them too close together.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That is
Oh,
correct.
that's cool.
I mean, yeah.
I'm not going to join you tonight because I'm a little bit hyped, to be honest, after the day I've had. So.
Oh, was it that exciting?
It was, yes.
Oh, in a good way?
In an exciting and very good way. Yes.
Okay.
You know, I was talking about Teslas.
I say, did you find where brothels were? Well,
No.
What did you do? Tell us your day. It sounds exciting because we're just watching numbers go up on a graph.
Okay, so basically, family situation has changed a bit. An inheritance has come to fruition, put it that way.
Did you kill someone? Dude.
No, I didn't.
Oh, good.
No, I paid someone to kill someone.
Oh, that's
It's cheaper.
fine. That's fine. As long as
Yeah,
you receive more money than you spent
It cost.
Yeah, it costs. It's good. You can have a situation where
Yeah.
you pay £20,000 to get your gran killed, and she only leaves you like a chest of drawers.
And a moth-eaten old cat.
Well, that's always good. I've had inherited cats from dead relatives and a clock. That's all I've got. I was saying, where's my rich...
Some clocks are really nice though. They can get some really nice clocks.
I do have a nice clock. Yeah. It was the only thing I asked for from my aunt's estate. It was the clock from her living room, and it's a really old clock that's got a very distinct tick, and it was what I heard when I stayed over. So I wanted it, so I've got it. So it's over running up a pair of details, so I can just listen to it. It's a little bit of childhood. But other than that, I'm waiting for my rich uncle who went to Texas and owns an oil field that I didn't know existed to die, but hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. Well, some due to I'm not going to go into details.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's public and it's
Yeah,
public
yeah.
information. But something I've been waiting for this inheritance for. My dad died in 2006,
Oh wow, he did.
and I've
yes,
been
I
waiting
remember
ever
that,
since
yeah.
then for the circumstances to change, so I could take my inheritance. So it's quite exciting.
Sorry, the way he said that sounded like you were kind of expecting him to come back there, going, he passed away in 2006. I've been waiting for circumstances to change. It's like, I'm afraid, sad as it is, that's not happening. Gosh, yes, that was a long time ago. I remember that. My goodness,
Yeah.
time does fly when we get old. I think that's
Well, it's having kids and getting stuck in. I mean, the sad thing about my dad, and it really does, it's quite upsets me a little bit, is that my dad died on the Friday before the following Monday that I started my new position at where I work now.
yeah.
And so I couldn't have time off for. I'd take unpaid leave for the funeral, and because of the situation that then put me in, I didn't really have much time to grieve either.
Oh yeah. you
So
just-
Yeah, yeah.
that may suddenly
I was in
burst
the
out of me.
exact
I'm not
same
expecting to.
boat.
Yeah. So I'm to be fair, I'm repressing it.
Yeah.
And I haven't really, try and push it in the back of my mind. But I've done two things today. I've had a coffee today, which is normally have a coffee, but I feel a bit hyped because of this circumstance.
You had a
And the
pint of
coffee is kicking
espresso.
in as well. Yeah, well, I don't know what they're not doing. They do Costa normally, but because the Costa machine's broken, they were just making them by hand, and I think they made it too super strong or something.
Oh,
So I
super
have the
cost strong,
jitters.
right?
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't hold my hand straight. It's jittering.
Yeah.
So
The only time
I'm
I've had
blaming it on the
that.
coffee.
The only time I had that, I was coming back and it was very late, and I stopped off at a service station to get coffee, and they had this thing called rocket fuel. So it's about as big as a pot noodle, and only the top half an inch is coffee. The rest of it is chemicals. Then when you click it, the chemicals get hot and heat the coffee up. And it's in it. You don't sip it. It's a shot. And it kept me awake all the way home, and I couldn't get to sleep for about 3 hours after I got home either. It was absolutely insane. Not recommended.
Yes.
So, what was the excitement then, apart from you've discovered proper coffee for the first time?
Well, I don't usually have a mock-up because I don't like full strength coffee. Had friends around today, and I'm hoping.
To have them killed.
No. It's, I'm hoping to come into some money, basically. Put it that way.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much.
You could get a decent
£3. Oh wait.
Yeah, £3. Oh shit. The taxman wants a third of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You bastard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that the truth? Inheritance tax. Where's your money?
Well, a friend of mine, her grandparents died, and she inherited a mansion. An actual, honest to God,
Oh bloody hell.
mansion. Millions of pounds worth. Yeah. Sounds good, doesn't it? You're like, oh wow, mansion. Not good. So they had to sell their house, move in.
Oh, in order to pay the
to
inheritance tax.
Yeah, pay the inheritance tax. And then they're living in a mansion they can't afford to heat, that requires a huge amount of upkeep. And it might surprise you to learn you can't just flog an £8 million mansion on Rightmove in a hurry. So, yeah, it put them in a terrible situation. It really did, because the mansion wasn't handed off properly by the parents. They never thought about it, basically. So yeah, it can be
Because there are smart ways of dealing with it and dumb ways of dealing with it. And that's how they just drop dead and left it. Oh, well, there you go.
yeah.
Sort of thing. Didn't
You've got to hand it off to your children.
You need advice this day and age.
Well, you hand it off to your children at least 10 years before you die. That's the short version. So
if you can predict when you're going to die.
Well, I mean,
which most people can't.
Yeah, what you want to do is you want to hand it off to your children 10 years in advance and get in writing they can't kick you out of the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's happened before. Thanks, Dad. Out. What? So. Well, you should have to come up, of course. I mean, I much as I admire Rob's, what should we say, optimism in my ability to dictate to him what car he should buy without ever even seeing one in person. You know, I would definitely do some shopping at least. Like I can tell you the ones to avoid. That's easy. Mock at you.
The problem is, I really like the control layout in my current car. You know, I don't have to think where to press things. I don't have to think where the buttons are. I just press them because I've had Vauxhall cars for the best part of 20 years now.
Yeah.
The controls are generally in the same sort of spot. You know, so I would get a Vauxhall electric car in preference just by default.
That's the.
But apart from all the good things I'm hearing about Tesla.
Is that the Corsa and the Mocha? Is that the only ones?
Probably.
Vauxhall Corsa. So the Corsa's a little car.
Corsa's a shit.
It's a 208.
Yeah,
well, bear in mind,
I don't want that.
Whatever your opinion is on the petrol version, it doesn't necessarily apply to the electric version. So you know, it's the same.
It's the size. I need a family
size,
size car,
yeah.
not a little squitty thing.
Yeah, so it's a small hatchback, definitely. Then you've got the Mocha, which suffers heavily from being a ICE conversion, and you really suffer from that. It's it is still a petrol car where they've jammed an electric motor, and you open the bonnet, you're like, it's full of shit in here. What's all this shit doing in here? But that's the only one. But I say, to be fair, what sort of controls are you talking about? I mean, you've got indicators, which are in the same
lights, cruise control, indicators. Well, indicators. The stalks are standard, right? So indicators and lights are always in the same place.
No.
Unless it's an import. Japanese imports don't count.
Japanese designed cars have the controls on quote unquote the correct side. German cars have them quote unquote on the wrong side, and there is a good reason. So the idea is, whilst going around the roundabout, you can change gear with your left hand and indicate with your right. Try doing that on a car designed in Germany. You can't, because you cannot change gear and indicate at the same time.
But you could if you're in Germany.
Exactly.
On the left-hand drive, yeah.
Because then the controls are on the other side of the car.
Yeah. So what they did, they
just pull them across them and swap those stalks.
They transpose them, not mirror them. So yeah. But obviously you don't have a gear stick anymore, so it doesn't make any difference. But so yeah, because I drive a Japanese and a German car, occasionally when I switch, I just panic and just go, and I just do both. No, I just do both stalks. If I'm not sure, I do both stalks. Because then I've definitely got it right. It might wipe the windows as well, but I've definitely indicated, and that's the important thing. Yeah. But I've done that a few times. I've just gone, just about. But yeah, all American and European cars all have the indicators on the left-hand side. And the lights as well. So yeah, the Tesla only has two stalks, and the right-hand one is only used to select drive mode. Everything else is on the left stick. But most of the stuff, do I want my lights off or on? I mean, you don't really have a choice. The lights just come on.
Yeah, I mean, it should be auto.
So
I mean,
it is auto.
My car's auto.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just because the thing is, the other day, collecting my son from one of his evening activities, and there was a lady who drove into the car park and thought, her rear lights aren't on. And she, there's a speed bump, so she braked, and all the light clusters lit up when she braked, and then all the lights went out. I'm like, what's going on? And I parked up a bit sharpish and said, look, sorry, but your rear lights aren't working. And she said, aren't they? And obviously the front lights were, when I talked to her, she turned them off.
Yeah.
But she checked them, and there were no lights in the back of the car, the rear, I don't know what you call them. The red lights that are on all the time when it's night time, those ones.
Yeah, the rear lights, yeah.
The rear lights, yeah. And she was like, oh, really? And I'm thinking, well, how did you not notice this? Surely people must have been going around flashing you, going, you haven't got your lights on and things. You know.
Yeah,
I
well,
think maybe one of the bulbs is disconnected or something. I don't know, but it was just like, what are you doing?
yeah, it could be. It
You
could
know.
be a fuse.
So,
One,
yeah, maybe.
One thing I have really laughed about on the Tesla. So you know when you turn on your car, all of the dash lights light up, and the reason is so you can check all the dash lights work. This is law.
Yes.
So every car
Yes.
does this. The Tesla doesn't have these lights. So on,
Oh, it's just an LED, isn't it? LCD.
well,
sorry.
it's just an iPad. But so when you start your Tesla up on the iPad, all of the possible warning lights just draw on the screen and then disappear, which is to pass
just
the MOT.
Just to tick that.
Which is to pass the MOT, because one of the MOTs are those lights must come on and not stay on. That's one of the MOT requirements. So it means Teslas have to pass the MOT requirements by drawing a sprite on the screen going, why am I doing this?
There's a thing.
I love that.
I mean, the Insignia, my Insignia, all of the needles are electronic. Sounds stupid.
Yeah,
It's
electronic.
not digital.
Yeah.
I think they're electronic. Yeah, and they go all the way from left to right when you turn the ignition on, and then when you put the key in and turn it to the accessory mode and then to ignition but not ignited sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you go all the way around but don't start the engine. All the dials do the go left to right thing.
Yeah.
Or right to left, sorry. They go all the way to extreme and then all the way back in, and the emergency lights in and things, and then they go down. Then you turn the engine on and it does it again.
Yeah.
They all go left to right. So if you jump in the car a bit sharpish and turn the key and zip off somewhere, you're halfway down the road and the dials are still doing the dance.
Dials still booting. Yeah. It's a similar thing on my electric bike. Surprisingly, my electric bike takes a long time to boot up, and so you're sat.
Really?
You're sat there. You turn the key, and then nothing happens for a little while. And surprisingly, it doesn't beep.
Oh, and it's like start sort of thing.
It just doesn't do anything. It just sits there with the dash kind of animating. You're like, I'd like to go, but you have to just wait.
So you're trying to twist and nothing's happening on the twist.
Yeah. But there's no beep saying let's go. It just sits there going nope. But the problem is
that explains. Sorry.
Well, so the problem is I've been sitting there twisting the throttle, going what's wrong, and then I'm halfway through twisting the throttle, and then the electric kick on, and it just shoots forward. So I've nearly driven into something. So I've learned to wait now and sit there until the dash is finished doing its animation.
That explains why the Kia Niro has this little sort of chirpy tune it plays when you turn it on and turn it off.
Yes.
It's a good 5 seconds. And if you just jump in the car and just turn the key to accessory, it says, turn the engine on. And it's got this animation of the car with a sort of square plane passing through the car as it sort of shows you it's checking things. So you know that it says ready to drive. So okay, we can go.
It's a shame that we didn't go down more of the Fallout route. So when you turn your car on, there's not like a little barbershop quartet going, welcome to your Nissan for you, and then you can drive your car.
Yeah.
Because this is something that does surprise me. Hollywood and sci-fi have taught us for our whole lives that computers will talk to us in the future. What does my Tesla do?
Yeah.
Bump, 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 bump. I'm like, why aren't you going autopilot engaged, autopilot disengaged? Speak to me. Tell me what's going on. Don't make me go. It's like deciphering BIOS commands going 2 lows and a high. You do begin to learn them, but it's just like just tell me what's going on. Unable to engage. Well, unable to engage autopilot. They could have a cool voice, not like mine. But it could have a really cool voice.
You could have like someone doing Autobots, like a Megatron or something like that.
That'd be awesome. It sounds like Optimus Prime. How cool would that be?
Yeah, that'd be brilliant.
We're up to 3.
Well, they'd have to pay royalties.
Well, that's fine. I mean, Tesla's got lots of licensed stuff on there. And it's got Sonic the Hedgehog there, and it's like, oh, we are done. I need those green spheres. Our sphere, our circle, is done. I'm going to edit it a bit because I think I've got to join it up. So do I have to click? Out front, I need another one. The nodes are too far apart. Okay, cool. Let's start doing that then. We are up to a whopping 3 spaceships a minute.
Build a speed. Oh, and I sorted out my central heating today as well.
Oh.
Got sorted out, sort of.
Kicked it.
A friend came round and I said, "Oh, the central heating takes forever to heat up," and yada yada, and sort of moaned and bemoaned it and said how I tuned the radiators and I still couldn't get the house to rapidly accelerate its temperature. And he said, "Can we have a look in the cupboard?" I went, yeah, sure. Because I've got a system boiler and a hot water tank and that. And he said the the pump has got a variable speed setting on it, and you can make it potentially go faster. And we looked at it, and it was only on two of three. So we turned it up, and guess what? The house got hotter.
Ah.
So I was fully going to test tomorrow because I had the heater on quite a long time today.
Yeah.
But I'll be interested to see how it does, because it's been bugging me for bloody best part of a year.
Yeah, at some point. So
I know.
You've seen inside my airing cupboard that Frankenstein's monster. It's a new build.
Yeah.
This house. I don't know what they did in it. It's just pipes and bit jammed on pipes and dials and knobs. But I had the problem with this house. The water is too hot, and I mean a lot too hot. And nothing I can do, no dial I can touch will adjust what's wrong with this water. And I don't know what to do.
But it should be. It should be. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's the thermostat. It's not. It's leaving the heating of the hot water on for too long. Where the thermostat in my hot water cylinder is right at the bottom, so it makes. I set it down as low as I can, and it should, in theory, make 55 degrees at that bottom of the cylinder. So the top's going to be about 70 potentially. I don't know how much of a temperature change you get across the tank. But I'm assuming that somewhere on your hot water tank, wherever that is, if you have one.
You've seen it. You went in it. You were like,
yeah.
You said to me, you're not a house owner. Let me have a look. And 20 minutes later, you went, I don't know what the fuck's going on in it. I have no idea what this is. This is a disaster area.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
it
it might be something like that, but it's not broken enough for me to warrant getting an engineer out to fix it. And we don't use gas.
I could say you could try googling it, but
we don't use very much gas, so we're all right.
So what do you use to heat the hot water?
No, we don't use very much gas in the house. I'm not worried about my gas usage. I use a lot of electricity, but not a lot of gas. So I'm worried about. I'm more thinking about ways to reduce my electricity usage. I'm about double the UK average, but I do have a whole bunch of powerful computers, and I do work from home. So, I don't know if my power usage is just kind of what you would expect for someone who works from home, or whether or not my electricity usage is just, mental. Probably not. I think it's probably about right. Degger, we get these constantly. They are spam URLs, but they're expecting you to copy-paste the broken URL, fix the typo in it, and then visit it. I don't think their success rate is very high. We've had them constantly. There's nothing you can do. I can ban him, but they don't come through multiple times anyway. They just appear and then disappear.
Right, well, lovely to talk to you.
Yeah,
I'm going to go watch a film, I think.
Okie dokie, what are you going to watch?
Don't know, I'll just see what's on Netflix.
If you haven't seen it, the second Jumanji film is pretty good. Not as good as the first one.
Oh yes, I have watched that. Yes, that was good actually. Yeah.
Did like that. I like the video. I like the joke about all the characters going, "What's going on?" Like, this is called a cutscene. We just get to watch and learn stuff about the villain. But I really wish they went back to that. I thought it was a brilliant trope. I've never seen in a film. Just wanted them to do more of it.
It was clever, yeah.
I'll enjoy and hope to see you tomorrow.
Yes. Bye.
That man has had a lot of coffee. So you're still stuck on graphite. Oh no, we do have graphite in transit. I'm going to hazard a guess, Esmir, your input graphite is not enough.
No, it is nowhere near enough.
Okay. Remember, you could send it from another planet.
I'm making titanium glass in the other star.
You're making what?
Titanium glass.
You're just basically having fun while we're doing all the hard work. You're space exploring while we're doing boring menial work.
The quantum ship components kind of done.
How is that, Buzz Lightyear, space explorer?
Well, still to go to infinity.
I'm just watching the graphite arrive very slowly, and when they arrive, what's the color coding mean on the bots? So the graphite's black bots, the sulfur is yellow bots, or is it just the color that the box would have been? I think it might just be they put the box texture on it. It's a shame they didn't design it so bots came in one side and out the other rather than clipping through each other.
I agree.
I'd also like empty bots to have a hollow bit in the middle so you could definitely tell that they were empty. It seems to be pretty constant, by the way. It's just you are a small amount's arriving. I think should we charge them faster? That might be a good idea. Oh wait a minute, drones. Transport range of drones. 180 what? Degrees? Transport range of drones 180 degrees. Oh, right.
Yeah, that covers the entire planet.
Yeah, sorry, because I was thinking... yeah, I was thinking like a cone of accuracy. But 180 degrees will cover half the planet, yeah.
Yep.
Gotcha. But because we don't have enough graphite, we don't have... No. Because we don't have enough graphite, we don't have enough carbon nanotubes. And because we don't have enough carbon nanotubes, we don't have enough spaceships. That ends the list of problems. Yeah, because then we don't have enough frame material. And we can get unlimited carbon nanotubes from space, by the way. It's just a question of building it. I've done it. It just would need to be made much bigger. Wasn't I making drones? 10 in my inventory. Each one requires 2. Oh, for the want of a horse, the kingdom was lost is the end of it. But there's a thing about it, isn't there? For the want of a nail. For the want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For the want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For the want of a horse, the rider was lost. For the want of a rider, the battle was lost. For the want of a battle, the kingdom was lost. And all for the want of a horseshoe nail. I found that actually applies in this game quite a lot. You're like, I can't make this high level item, and it turns out because you don't have one copper plate somewhere in your inventory.
Yeah.
Ah, conveyors. So we're now up to an obscene 3,000 sails in the swarm. We are beginning the first link. Again, if I could just get 1,500 more greens, that would be cool. Can I make any? Oh, actually, I can make a whole bunch. No, I can't. Yes, I can. I have a whole bunch of cubes. Well, I can make 80. We are also right. I've used all of the backlog of deuterium rods now as well, so that's going to slow us down a lot. Because we're out of hydrogen. Surely not. Wait. What, really? I don't believe you.
I don't believe it.
No, more Anchorman. I don't believe you.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, we do actually appear to have a lack of... Is hydrogen? Oh, it's deuterium. Okay. Ah, we have one Right, so now we do have a further issue. So we have one particle collider running all of our various bits and bobs. Wait, that's high. It might be enough. I think I might just need to tell that to upgrade. Come on, upgrade your bloody thing. There we go. So it looks like there's actually enough resources, it's just that we're not getting it out quickly enough. Because it requires 20 per tick. Yeah, this miniature particle collider. So I can make more particle colliders, that is not an issue. Our issue is that we are still 30 megawatts over our usage at this particular second in time. So we are not making positive power. Now, it gets a little bit hard to work out how much power we're making via the dischargers, because they only fire when they need to. We do not have, on this planet, a source of accumulators. So my problem is I can make more deuterium. We have the hydrogen. What we don't have is the power. Thoughts?
There is untapped wind power on Matti.
Right, right, okay. So you're suggesting more accumulators. So let's use up all the accumulators first, because we are a long way from that. There are... Okay, right. There are 2,000 accumulators lying around unused right now.
So more dischargers.
Yeah. Dischargers, I meant dischargers, sorry. Yeah, so... Yeah, there are 2,000 accumulators, so I can use more dischargers, yes. Dischargers. Discharger needs... not cement. This other annoying stuff. Oh no, we've got plenty. Good, good. Oh, I could make one and then run out of CPUs. Yeah, but solar panels make a whole 360 kilowatts. So I need 45 of them per particle collider, and then I take into account day-night cycle, and assuming it's linear, that means I need 200 of them, so let's not do that. Oops, shit. Why would you craft it, you terrible, terrible, terrible game? I hate this litter system so much. I understand why they've done it. That doesn't mean I don't hate it. Okay, can I craft solar sails? It'd be nice to get rid of some of my... Yes. Or maybe we should just make more power. This seems like the best solution to this problem, to be quite honest. Which is kind of why
you use for power.
well, yeah, but I mean we've got power. I'll go and check in a minute as soon as I solve my awful right. I need steel. Okay. Right. Let me just stick down a storage hopper. I'll be back in a minute, so I will just temporarily stick all my graphene in there. This is the problem. I've got stuff littered and I don't know where it is. I don't even know if it's me that's littered it. I hate this. It's awful. Having to work out where it is. Because I won't. In a moment, I'll just hit delete. It's not back over here. Delete. Oh, I don't have a ray receiver. Oh, did I just build ray receivers? No, I didn't. I built engine exchangers. I don't think there's a way to see it from... power. Yeah, this dialogue is awful. I need to go and find a ray receiver. There's one by our railgun area. Yeah. So here we go. Our ray receiver is currently pulling in... Oh, great. It's only just started. Some. Yeah. So our Dyson sphere is generating 128 megawatts. We are pulling down about a third of it. Can Esmir, Henry, can you do that? Build some ray.
Yeah.
Under
Okay.
Under Dyson. So under Dyson Sphere program, build some ray receivers. And TLDR, they work exactly like solar panels. So spread them out around the planet. I'm lost again.
Ray receiver. Oh.
They're not very expensive, which is good.
I need some steel.
That's plenty of steel around.
I'll find it somewhere.
Yeah, Esmir's got some steel. But yeah, we could do it more power because I'm going to have to start making more deuterium. I can't remember why. But I will also do some more accumulators, which will help. But unfortunately, I will run out of room because I don't have much soil.
Mm-hmm.
I will continue to copy Schalke's design. Fair. This is this is 90 megawatts of power I've just brought online. It's not a small amount by any means. Steel needed. Oh god, OXC Baba A40. What number is that? Yeah, but I should give me an arrow. Give me anything other than the way you did it because it's crap. It's one of my least favourite things about this game. I understand why they did it, as I said. They made it awkward so you get bugged about stuff on the ground. So you don't want to have stuff on the ground because it absolutely tanks frame rate. I understand, but I don't care. I want it improved. Cool. We're now at Oh, okay, we appear to be all right. Now, we're okay. The problem is that energy exchangers don't appear as power generation. They appear as battery discharge. So we are discharging 176 megawatt, which is our entire consumption demand. So we're generating 158, demanding 174, and discharging 174. Does that mean that we are actually demanding that plus that? This is really not very clear, is it? I mean, apart from what is clear is we haven't changed our power generation in the last 10 hours particularly, but our consumption has just gone up. These are awful graphs, by the way. It's very unclear right now how much we're generating, how much we're importing, how much we're discharging. It's just poor. What I normally do to work out if we're okay, I look at an accumulator and see if it's full or empty. It's full. We're okay at the moment. This is not a high-tech way of doing it. Okay, so we'll get stuffs. Oh, I'll drop my greens off in the... I did have a manual... There it is.
There was some silicon on Dora World.
Silicon.
Well, I need the plates to make. What do I actually what do I?
Oh, coming out of the North Pole.
Right.
There's a north-south conveyor bit on. Can't remember why I came down now. I was handcrafting those. I was making some of these, but I think I've made a whole bunch. Spaceships are launching. Oh, I was going to make a particle collider because I need more deuterium. And that will require the twiddly twiddles and some of the other twiddly twiddles. Now, we're not making those on this planet. See, I also want the ability to look up all of the imports. I know that somewhere on this planet, one of these things is importing turbines. I just don't know where. Oh, it's there. Right. That could have been on the other side of the planet, though, to be fair.
It's one of mine.
It is.
Where the purple canisters.
I'm just going to pop a tap on.
The particle.
Yep, I found it. It looks like we're not pulling in enough, though. Or as ever,
Forming workforce.
I turn up just at the wrong time. So I turn up just when...
I wasn't the one who did those turbines.
Yeah, no, that was us on hot singles, which we don't have anybody on at the moment. There is 100... It's like ever, I go, why isn't this working? And I arrive, there's 194 in transit. I also noticed we haven't maxed out the logistics vessels. Which I can do.
I'm coming back to Kappa Piscium.
Okay. I'm going to upgrade these conveyors while I'm here, though.
Wow. That was actually quite nice to see the ring upon arrival.
Oh, do you like whoosh in and see it as you? I haven't warped in this game yet, so I don't know what it's like.
You should give it a try.
I will at some point, but I feel this. I haven't got to the point where I'm like, oh, I really need blah 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 to proceed. What I need is what I've got times lots. You know, and green cubes, of which we have none.
Oh, I made all the ones I was queued up. Okay.
Yeah, I queued up. There is a. I don't know if you found it. There's a hopper at the end of the research thing, designed for you to pop a couple of things in from your inventory. Oh, saving. Oh, that's. Oh, Oshako's coming into the atmosphere, maybe.
Yeah.
Which planet?
Dora World.
That's a pain. Hot singles might have been more useful.
I have titanium alloy to offload.
Then you can stick that on Dora World because Dora. Sorry, Hot Singles sends it to here. This is my point, by the way, about I have no way to manage the logistics of my base at all. I want to see across my planet / solar system / galaxy all of the stuff in transport. Otherwise, you've just landed going, I have titanium, where you could have landed on Hot Singles, popped it in and then dropped it off. So why can you not go, let's see what planets are sending titanium off-world? I feel that the game gets...
Why does that sound like a tourism advert?
A little bit, yes. But yeah, there's there... I feel eventually this will turn into way too much hoping shit isn't broken and not enough actually looking at stuff. You'll just be like, I hope that works. You know, I hope somebody somewhere is sending oil into space because I can't remember where it is. Not only can I not remember which logistics station it is, I also can't remember which planet it is or which solar system. So I feel the game should have abilities to manage that.
I agree.
Our solar sail production is also woefully inadequate because of my design. Let's be honest about it. Now if I offload down there. Ooh, yeah, that's good. Well, that'll at least allow me to double or possibly triple it. Yes, naming the planets is a proactive solution, but no good. So Schalke should have been able to go, where should I take these? And should have been able to look it up. And obviously, proactively naming your planets is fine, but no good if you go, you know what I should have done 10 hours ago.
Should that water be unplugged from the network?
There is just a whole ton of water, like 5 or 6.
Right, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, I don't have anywhere to put it. Oh, not power. No.
That's what I meant, sorry.
Oh, I think I just broke
Well,
that.
I know there's a bunch of water over next to
No, I broke that
the
like
area I built.
4 seconds ago. I don't... Oh. I wonder what that water was for. Oh. It's because
Going somewhere.
Um...
I think there's a lot of it, but...
Oh, yeah, it's okay. If I only just disconnected it, that's fine. I don't think it's of any use. It's just It just exists. I did a complete mess up of this. Let's start to fix it. That should have
Yes,
been...
it just exists.
Yeah. I was going to use it, but didn't get around to it. So I just collected the water in advance on the basis it would eventually be useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't left myself enough room. Still haven't. That needs to be flush to that. That to there. What I'll do is I'll put a warning on these for when they break. So I'm going to break it on purpose, but probably not for several hours. So I'm going to put a warning on it and hope that I don't ignore it. Being a veteran Fortresscraft player, I'm excellent at ignoring the extractor warnings for many hours. I get people messaging going, how do I make this extractor warning go away? And I'm like, well, it's been offline for 96 hours. So find it and...
I'd say I've gotten it over the hundreds.
yeah. It's like, well, you know, it hasn't produced anything in the last week. You should delete it. Because then it will tell you the next most broken thing and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah.
Usually it's me being a dirty little
Thing.
cheater and just throwing drills as like landmarks that I'll look at using the
Yeah.
base
Yes.
thing.
Should there be a machine for that purpose?
Well, because it's a glowing, pulsating red block that's really easy to pick out when it's just like, oh, okay, that's where I'm going.
This is true. Okay, I need to build another planetary logistics station. Right, steel. And these purpley things. Purpley things. Steel, steel, steel.
Do we have any motors?
Turbines or supermagnetic rings or electric motors?
Turbines.
Turbines, yes, but not very many. But they are
That's
arriving
empty.
from another planet, though. Give me
Mhm.
a second, just remember what I was looking for.
Yep.
It was steel.
Could probably make some some copper, I bet.
Yeah, they are being delivered from hot singles, but not very many. We could probably do with that being a lot greater. To be fair, we could probably do with them being made on this planet. The shopping centre should have been bigger. Really. Next time.
Yeah, it speeds up things, but if it's missing, you don't know what you're missing out on.
Well, when you've what I find is when you've had to make something a dozen times or so, that's time. If you go, I really wish I had. I really wish I had. That's the time you go. You know what? I'm just going to bloody well build a machine just to do it.
I need an AFK for a bit.
I can't build one of those. Your goal is to pass the butter.
You have to. Do you have to hook up a ray receiver, or will it just automatically receive stuff?
It just receives stuff as long as it can
At
see
some
the
point.
swarm. Yeah. And it needs to be obviously connected to the grid in some way, so you can't just place it in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
You know, it's just. But that's just.
No, it'll be powered, but it's not getting to your rest of everywhere. Yeah, yeah.
Actually, instead of doing that, why don't I? Again, hopefully no one on stream is watching. I'm just going to hook that. Let me. No. Come. There we go. Yeah. So now, during the day, the solar cell. I'm going to downgrade those actually to a slow. So during the day, so this is the issue. I'm only producing 15 a minute. I guess the railguns will fill up during the night. So each day we'll launch about 80 sails at the moment, at least 80 sails. I seem to be struggling for super magnetic rings time and time again, unfortunately. But they should. I think that's now spaceships 100% automated with no hand anything. Tomas, the mod is very good. We're currently playing with 4 people. We had it with 8. It does have some minor issues, but nothing, certainly nothing that stops you playing it. And overall, very good. Right, deuterium's our limit now. Now Henry has fixed our power. Also,
Actually,
I think this is a great game. I really think this is one of the... What the fuck? That wasn't there last time. Oh, right. Oh, it's Schalke. Okay. Oh. Schalke, have you measured up how much power you've just added and if we've got enough?
Yeah.
Let's see, this is very gung-ho attitude to the national grid here. Should go out. I wish I could tell. I mean, I know that our demand is 232. So our demand right now, let's say 220. Our discharge power is 220, which to me indicates we have 0 megawatts of generation, but we obviously do. So, This doesn't show power, does it? So why does consumption demand and discharge power always match up? I would have assumed that the energy exchangers only... these are discharging at some arbitrary figure. So why is the discharge power not consumption demand minus generation capacity?
Is it not?
No. Consumption demand and discharge power is exactly 1-to-1. All the time. And I don't understand.
I guess that's what we could discharge, but it's only discharging partially.
No,
so when the orange goes to the purple, then we are past the discharge capacity.
Yeah, but then our discharge power will go to 0, which hopefully won't happen.
Yeah.
Like once all our accumulators are empty and all of our discharges are empty, our discharging power will go to 0.
Discharges don't have storage.
No, but they discharge only at a rate to fill. So what's happening? So what's happening? We use 1 megawatt of power, and I think it's being dealt with by the accumulators first, not second. So essentially, the energy exchangers discharge into accumulators, but they're not discharging flat out. They're only discharging at 37 megawatts. So if I look at a discharger, I can see that we are currently delivering 36 out of a maximum possible 45. So we're at about 80%, give or take. But I can't see that in the power generation tab. That's not 80% of that. Those two are literally 100% of each other. With 13.7 gigawatts, gigawatt hours, stored here. But our accumulators are full. Yeah, this is not very clear. Essentially, our accumulators, our dischargers top up our power usage. That's cool and fine and fun, and I'm down with that. I just would like to know how close we are to needing another one. Or 10.
The graphic on the power grid is kind of...
No, it's not. No, this is no use. Look at it.
What?
Consumption demand matches discharging power. Because the dischargers are discharging into the accumulators. But our power production is doing 0. So we could generate 159, but we're actually generating 0. And it's all coming from the accumulator, from the discharges via the accumulators.
you are watching at the production stats, but if you just look at the network satisfaction circle, that has a good idea on where we are.
Okay. No, not really, Shaq, because it says generation capacity 56, current generation 200.
The graphic, not the numbers.
Yes, there's an orange thing that's about 3/4 full. Is there no charge on
Yes.
that?
So if we plus 50% our consumption, then we're gonna be near
Okay,
of
yeah.
discharging not being enough.
So why is that not on the other screen? That's all right. Once Henry's got some ray collectors up, I think he's just put one down. And then I can look at...
Another one.
Only with the ray collectors can I look at how much of the swarm we're using. It's not listed anywhere else. So we are using 92 of 126 megawatts from the Dyson sphere. Now bear in mind that number will just keep going up and will never go down. So that's good. How are we going on the green? None. Still do not have any greens.
The blue coils are making the deuterium conversion not happen.
I don't know what the blue coils are.
Supermagnetic ring.
Oh, cool. What about them, sorry?
Manual insert of that is empty at the moment.
Oh, I didn't know we had to. That's a pain. That's something we don't have automated on this planet.
There is a parallel automation on Matti, but it's not hooked up to be here.
Are we making any supermagnetic rings on this
No.
planet on Dora World?
That's just
Right.
what we would say. And I believe they're on hot
That's right,
singles.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
we aren't sending them to this planet. We could do. It's not rocket science to hook up in any way.
How do I get to hot singles? I've never been off this planet yet.
Ah, okay. So, there are a number of things to do. One, are you fully charged?
Yes.
2, is your suit fully topped up with some sort of fuel? Graphite is perfectly acceptable.
Not total. I've got 216 out of a possible 400.
Make sure you have 400 in there. 3, do you have at least another 400 in your inventory?
No. Do that.
Yes.
I shall come back to you once I've done that.
There's a little checklist of things that you need to do. Otherwise, you can't get almost literally, not quite, almost literally you can't get stuck in space. But you can a little bit. I'm going to turn an alarm on that one, by the way, because that's really important that we don't end up not producing spaceships. We need to be producing spaceships from now until the end of time. I will make all 6 supermagnetic rings I can make.
I have a rubbish thing
A rubbish thing.
somewhere. Well, I've got a no entry sign at the top.
That means
Just, yeah.
no. That if you click on it, it will take an arrow.
Oh.
That means that I have put an alarm on a machine, and that machine is alarmed. This is an important one.
Okay. Are you by it?
I am.
Yes. Oh, close enough.
I am.
Right.
Oh, does it appear on the map? I can't tell. I'm
Dunno.
right next to it. If you click on it,
I've
it gives you lines.
clicked on it and it's pointing me straight through the world to you.
Well, that's fine.
Right. So that's an alarm. Okay.
But yeah, if you could spend some time on hot singles, there's plenty of resources there. It just basically all needs to be heading back here.
We do not have any graphite storage. What? It's been emptied. I mean,
Oh, okay.
well, there was a stash of graphite here. Ooh, hang on, actually. Supermagnetic rings. Ooh.
Yes, I think we're making supermagnetic rings there, but we're not sending
Yep.
them up.
Hang on, I should reroute this so that it's snaffling only one.
Wait, you haven't left the planet yet. You've been distracted, haven't you?
No, well, I'm about to.
That happens. We're like, I'm going to another planet. Wait a moment.
Yeah, well, this is in the preparation for trying to get to another planet.
It's not that hard, but if you don't prepare, you could go, you know what I really wish I'd done before I left? I wish I'd prepared. I've been there. Shauka, could I task you, because I think you did something about it, can we get, like, every single logistics station on this planet with, you know, this one's got 6 drones in it. Can we get them to have, like, the maximum drones in it instead?
I'll go check on Matti how much it has done and fill up.
Good, thank you.
I could imagine everybody would be fill up. That's about 600, 700 drones.
That would be, yeah, but that's, oh, yeah, I mean, obviously if your inventory's not too full of crap, that shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so I've automated, what's going to call it, lens, graviton lenses now into our logistics. Wibbly wibbly. Although, quite frankly, I think we're going to struggle to make very many. I think it's very, very slow at the minute. Have fun at the gym.
I don't know if I'll go. I've just got so many things to do. I just.
Okay. Now, what's the best place to do? Because I think on the planetary network is everything we need to craft green. So, quite frankly, after asking you guys to do it for about 5 hours of gameplay, I'm going to do it, aren't I? It's going to be fucking muggins here.
I am doing plane filters on the other star.
That's part of the thing we need, but we don't. Yeah, but we don't have a sensible way of getting it to us, do we? It's good in theory,
No.
but we don't have the space-faring capacity.
Warping there and picking up the storage is like semi-sensible.
Yes, yeah, true. Well, I'm going to automate green cubes here. Oops, not with the production facility, I'm not. I need a layup, and for a layup, I need glass. Glass is running somewhere along here. Those little wound coils, what are they called? Ah. So. I think I know why people like watching this, because they can just watch and judge me. Have you seen what he's done there? Have you seen what he's done with his coils? What the fuck's he doing? That's what it is. It's not people being supportive, it's people being judgy. I mean, you're not wrong, but you know. Okay, produce greens. And for the moment, I am producing quantum chips, but really not very many. Certainly not enough to support any sort of logistics. But again, if they can be popped onto the planetary network at some point, yeah, before too long, that would be awesome. Or interplanetary, and then we can get them here. I think that's an interplanetary one over there. But yeah, this is going to just chew through all, and I do mean all of our lenses and quantum computers in a extremely short order. Quantum chips. Do that. Right, so we are going to, well, do the last one. Oh, yeah, I remember. No, I wasn't mad. I was just simply not noticing how much space there wasn't. It's just fine. I want to offload. And there we go, green cubes. Slightly automated.
Right, I'm ready for flight.
Right. And let me just hook this conveyor belt up. Which is proving to be a struggle. Right, so the important things to know are that accelerating cost power, braking cost power, and turning cost power. So don't get distracted and tab out or anything, or you will overshoot. Other people think you should slow down for the planets. I completely disagree. But basically at this point, it's very easy. Hold down the spacebar until you stop going up, and then push forwards, and it will then say entering sail mode. Oh, that's pretty green. And when it says entering sail mode, oh, wait. Have you taken off yet?
Nope.
Good. Press M, zoom all the way out. Click on hot singles, click on indicator, and then you'll get a line telling you where to go. Can you see the line?
No, not yet. Hang on. There we go.
Just a very
Indicator.
Blue line. Yeah. So yeah. So hold down spacebar and W until you leave the planet, and then continue to hold down W to accelerate, and aim yourself at the planet. Only when you press W do you aim. So if you're not pressing W, your character can just be angled freely through space. You can take your first proper look at our Dyson shell.
Sail speed 100.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
good. Check.
keep an eye on your power.
Sorry, I'm back.
Keep your power above half. And if you're aimed at it, just press shift to go faster. And you'll speed it up to about 1,000. Oh, 2,000, I can't remember what the limit is. Yes, I can see you.
We have upgraded it.
Is it? I don't remember what the speed is. I think it's 1,000. Yes, Luranchid, it was me. I did the green cubes. Oh, see, you can see our first bit of Dyson sphere beginning to build in space. And you can also notice the railgun going... I do plan... I'm not covering the whole planet in railguns, but certainly more railguns than this. So just keep
Incoming
aiming.
on hot singles.
Yeah, just
Yep.
just keep aiming at the planet. Don't bother slowing down. Just aim at it, and then it will all freeze up as it now transmits the game to you.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Pop. There it goes. Right. I have interstellar travelled. Woohoo!
Oh, hopefully there's an achievement for that. Are you guys still getting
Say
achievements
interstellar.
or not, by the way?
Interplanetary.
It gets kind of
think they keep-
randomly as events.
Popping up, but
Hey, we do have green belt things being made. The quantum cubes are automated, and the graviton lenses. Sorry, someone else is landing on a planet. The graviton lenses are automated, but there's not enough of them. And the other one, forgot the name of it. It will come to me. They are not automated, so we are partly there. Spaceship launching is now fully automated, astoundingly, but not very fast, in no small part due to a lack of prisms on the way in.
There's quite a lot of the blue coils, the supermagnetic rings are matting. I'm gonna hook up them on the interplanetary transports.
Yes, please.
About one storage container.
Yes, we're creating one lens every. We're creating 6 lenses a minute, and we were. I think we're actually just run out. Yeah, we're not creating enough. Strange matter. Just because, yeah. So we're creating 7.5 a minute. Yeah, so we're creating 7.5 at most. 7.5. Cubes a minute. And we need 1,152. So 1,152 divided by 7.5 means there's a mere 153 minutes to go. I mean, I think that's too many minutes. I have to fix Shalka's. I'm going to fix this thing here. Is this roller coaster is in the way of expanding the particle collider. Not particle collider, strange matter creator. It's also possible, like, to feed into the top of tall stacks of storage as well, which is fun. Might be able to do that. Is it going to let me, is the question. Yes. I've just taken Shalka's madness and I have made it more mad. Have you got the stream up, Shalka?
Oh, nice.
So your conveyor belt no longer touches the ground. It gets to within 4 stacks and then just stops and attaches to a... But it just hovers in the air. I need to offload from... So this is automated but slow. The quantum chips are automated but not
Automated or what?
automated but slow. The graviton lenses. What graviton lenses?
What they are waiting on?
What waiting? Graviton lenses are waiting on strange matter. That's why I've just fixed your... I don't know what to call it, because there's no room to expand because your helter-skelter was in the way. You have helter-skelters in Holland? It's like a tall ride, and it has a spiral on the outside of the ride, and you go down it on a doormat. Now I describe it, I remember what life was like before the internet and computer games, and it wasn't good. I do watch, there's a thing called Riff Tracks, and they talk over in a hilarious way films and stuff, but they also do like old infomercials. And there's one called What is Corn? And it's an infomercial about all the fun things you can do with corn that's not eating it, like making it into a hat or a mask or a corn dolly. And I think the top comment's something like, "This is what happened when we didn't have Nintendo." Miniature particle collider. Which requires 50 of those rings. I'm gonna have to craft by hand. I cannot. $1,152 to go. If you guys make sure you have manual inventory ticked, you get to see what we need in the corner. I would ask very nicely that you do, as it is a constant reminder of what we're waiting on. I say once we've got greens done. Oh, actually, I can. Let's do that first, and possibly that one. I'll see how it looks. How much purple have we got backed up? Oh, not very much at all. Okay, maybe. Actually, no. Maybe we have enough. I'm just researching faster research. I feel it's really quite a sensible thing to research. Because it's now requiring a lot of hashes.
It is Bitcoin mining.
It is. I wasn't joking when I said that this game is kind of a big Bitcoin miner. Yeah, not actual Bitcoin, obviously, but yeah, it really genuinely is. That. Oh. I'm just going to pop that down. I'm going to go and grab a drink. Back in a moment. You guys get to watch the sphere. Oh, see, look, it's beautiful. We're actually pausing on the sphere because I need the green stuff done.
Need graphene.
Right, I am back. What was I doing? Why aren't I chart? Oh no! When you're in the Dyson sphere screen, it doesn't pause the game, but it does appear to stop your... Oh, is it just out of range?
Uh-oh.
Alright, I'll live. Well, oh, unless the uh-oh is... You're on a different planet. How is your saunter to hot singles going?
I survived. I landed. I've possibly increased slightly the production of the green turbine thingies.
Good. I mean, we are...
Maybe.
I wouldn't say that's a limit, but we are... They're arriving and we're burning through all of them, like, in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
There's no upgrades for those, is there? There's the
I don't think so.
logistics carrier engine, logistics carrier flight speed, but no upgrades for the logistics vessel. But I noticed that the it's very annoying. The logistics carrier says increase the logistics drone. So there's the logistics drone, which they've written as the logistics carrier, and then there's the logistics vessel navigate speed. Logistics vessel navigate speed. Right. Okay, so the first ones only upgrade the... Alright, I'm gonna get those then. That I can get, that I can get. That probably not. Cool. So, logistics drone's faster. That's not so good. But it's fine. You know, it's not bad. I'm burning through all our yellows though. No, they do specific. So that means logistics carriers, and that only does drones. This does drones and vessels. What do we run out of? Nothing. This would be good because I think we might have enough resources at both ends of various things, but what we don't have is enough carrying capacity. But I hadn't bothered to upgrade them because I'm like, our logistics drones are fine because you can put approximately a fuck ton of them around. What's not fine? Our production of chips because we don't have enough flame filters. We don't have enough flame filters because we're out of not kyber crystals in Star Wars. We're out of these because we don't have enough hydrogen. Again, really? I quite enjoy the game of why isn't this producing and then having to follow it all the way back? Right, we're not treating our hydrogen because our graphene capacity is at 100%, so therefore I cannot backlog the so let's do it there. Good. Thin it out substantially. Things I could request interstellar hydrogen.
But
Well, this one's full, so I don't have any spare slots. But I can make more hydrogen by processing more fire ice. But there's not really any room to. I could a bit, I suppose. But I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm going to end up circling the whole pole with fire ice research. I think for the minute I'll just eat. Now I did have a jam, so hopefully I have unjammed it to the point where we are making enough hydrogen for whatever it is we need hydrogen for. Something over here. I think it's Casimir crystals. Casimir. Well, we definitely have enough now.
Arriving at Dora World.
Race.
I have some drones.
I say go for it. Call it a cashmere crystal.
Wasn't Kashmir the name of the... That's a song, isn't it, Kashmir? And it's not the song that was in Battlestar Galactica, which is what I keep thinking it's a reference to, but it's not. Anyway, I didn't realise that we could upgrade our logistics vessels. I thought they weren't upgradable. I assumed it was... this is an early access game after all. Oh, that was a mistake, wasn't there? So that was filtering off. Graphene? Wait. That has no graphene. Alright, graphene comes through from that. Right. So what I should do is I should start to tidy this up. So this should be set to dodecahedrons there. And these can go. And then the offload should be I think Shaku did say he has a potential free, easy source of Kashmir crystals. But I'm assuming we're not really in a situation to use that yet, though, are we? Dot question mark.
There's an interstellar station near Yellows, which I errored when I tried to. Now I'm fearing it's in a bad state.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna refresh my game just to clear out some of the lingering errors.
Okay. Bye. So we are... Oh, no, I'm still not. I was going to increase the speed of... What is Kashmir? Apart from the song, not the...
It's
Wool?
a fabric.
Yeah, I know that. It's also a song
Oh, yes.
by Led Zeppelin.
No, it's a song.
Yeah. You'll know it.
Right.
I need to not get a copyright strike. Yeah.
Ah, right, okay, yeah.
I'll put it in case anyone can't... Yeah, that's the one. case anyone can't get my rendition. I knew it. There's a fantastic remix that I heard actually. I can't remember who it's by. Oh, it was by someone weird. It was by like Pitbull or someone. And they did a great remix until he starts singing, and then it goes downhill.
Was that remix just basically copying the original song?
No, they did a remix, and then.
No, it was actually a remix.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, please set rock on the keyboard. There are various bits of code in games I've written where it just has gibberish and then thank you, name of cat, shortly following the gibberish. I keep the comments. Right, so even if I were to scale that up, we are not making enough hydrogen. Do we have any surplus hydrogen anywhere near the launch area? Water. Because I have a very sparse line of hydrogen. If there was some, just, you know, causing issues or being burned to atmosphere, or an entire jammed up belt of it here, for example.
That's a healthy supply.
Good, good. Oh, that's good. It's not even very far. I think. Yeah, it's just over there. I mean, when it's supplemental, it's usually not too bad no matter what. It's only when it's the primary source that you've got an issue. Like, this is just supplementing another line. Plus, once it's filled up, it will go to sleep. I'm not using that much. I'd like to use more. I can't. Apparently.
I tried to install some of the drones, but I'm dumping the rest of them near the mall.
Yes, yeah, that's good. That's cool. I'll grab a stack for when I want some.
Oh, red.
Yep.
Seems to be. I love it. The game has occurred an error. I will save and reload.
For holes, that can actually be
Yeah,
quite bad.
yeah. This is why I love this game. One of the reasons I love the game. I can see that the station components are threaded, and it's executing, and it's like, oh, you've written it properly. Thank you for writing the game properly. I was I'm going to argue earlier. I wish that more games had multiple monitor support. I'd love, for example, this game to have multiple monitor support. I'd like to put the sphere up on the second monitor. Esmir, if you want to join.
Oh, let me relaunch the game.
Oh, then who's anyone loaded and ready?
I'm ready.
Henry, if you want to rejoin?
I know what you're talking about. The 2020 Flight Simulator lets you drag windows off the screen onto another one.
Oh, so you could put dials and things up.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. I'm back in.
Okay. Is anybody else ready?
About to.
Okay, Shao can
I'm
next then.
ready. Joining.
But I was umming and ahhing about knocking up a game. I couldn't think of the game, but just a silly game just that supports multiple monitors, and you have to have 2 monitors to play it. Like just a game that took your data right and shove it on Steam just for a lol, but I couldn't come up with anything. Supreme Commander supports multiple monitors, but it only supports multiple video cards, not multiple screens on one video card because of how old. I mean, it was a big thing. You could have the map on a second video card. It's like whoa. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I remember that.
It doesn't really work anymore. You might be able to use your onboard, I guess.
I have successfully joined.
Okay, Esmia. But yeah, I wish more games.
Joining.
Say again? Oh, you're joining. I wish more games supported multiple monitors. Just seems a really underutilized thing. But yeah, so
Although the attention split is like real.
well, no, because I just want to glance. I mean, this game. Don't forget, you have a lot of going. But it'd be nice to be able to go, oh, you glance across and you suddenly see that all your railguns are firing. So you just watch that, going, oh, it's beautiful. And it's a bit of a shame that there isn't that. I've always wanted a game, and I have mentioned this before, where you're in VR and there's like 30 monitor screens in front of you, and the game is about hunting around information on the different monitors. I haven't got the game idea apart from that, sadly.
There are some games that are like in that genre. There was like Need to Know, or there's like combination of like pretend data analysis or
Like what, sorry? Rentown.
like you can see a list of departure flights and arrival of flights and like phone calls being done, and then your task is to have the phone call that is made when a departure is near. And you like identify the persons of interest and that kind of stuff.
Gotcha. Oh, it died.
Uh-oh.
That shouldn't be a bad one. Oh, I know why it died. I was in the Dyson screen and the game was paused.
How can you tell?
Because nothing's processing. Anyway, it crashed in player disconnected. But I'm going to have to kill it now because I can't progress because it still has the dialogue box up that it's running. As I said, though, mostly and generally, this mod is really good. Oops. No, I clicked on Start Vanilla. Delicious, delicious vanilla.
Weird how this name for a very difficult to grow plant that only sort of flowers once a year has become to mean this very generic thing.
The other thing is, it's entirely possible you've never had vanilla. Vanilla is a really rare and expensive. Vanilla ice cream has no vanilla whatsoever. Load game host. So yeah, it's yes, you're quite correct. It is a very rare and expensive plant that you almost never have. Okay, who's ready to join?
I'm ready.
Go for it, Henry.
Joining.
Yeah, I noticed the tick box marked run game had become unticked. So I'm just going to make sure I'm not in the sphere.
I'm in.
Esmea?
Joining.
What was the game, Shaka, with the airplanes and the phone calls? Is it VR?
There are multiple of that kind. No, it's not VR, but I would imagine that kind of game supporting multiple monitors would be very feasible.
God, the car thinks I'm leaving at 8:30 tomorrow morning. I am not. Player joining the game. Please wait. I think it may have been MZC you timed out, but it was hammering network bandwidth that you use. It's hammering 250k upwards. I am wondering though if it's UDP rather than TCP, and it's struggling to get the bigger base because you're much further away than the rest of them, so higher ping or packet loss.
No, that would be a TCP problem because it's TCP that gets finicky with time.
Yeah, but if it's UDP, if it's reliable UDP and it's chucking it away repeatedly, reliable IPX, what am I talking about IPX? Reliable UDP and it's chucking it away repeatedly, this can happen because it's hammering the data upward. Well, say hammering, it's 200k a second, so it's nowhere near my bandwidth limit.
Game in that genre is need to know.
I might have a look at that. I like the idea of that. Oh, it's dead again. So, player disconnected is causing a issue where it sends a packet to all of the players, and I think it's sending a packet to the player that's left. I'm afraid. Should we get Esme to join first this time then?
Yep.
Seems like a sensible plan for, you know, no other reason than maybe that'll work. But yeah, I don't know why vanilla has become to mean what it does. Vanilla ice cream is the you know, one of the three flavors of ice cream. It's the rubbishest flavor. Being British, of course, there are three flavors of ice cream: vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. And Neapolitan, which is strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla at the same time. So of the three flavors of ice cream, that's the only three we have over here. It is the least exciting.
Are you ready?
Just loading. That statement, by the way, although hilarious, was true for most of my childhood. I'm not joking. I am ready. Like, I think mint ice cream came around very late 80s in the UK.
I'm joining.
And I think it was, I was in Spain in about 1989, and I came across rum and raisin cornetos, which we've never had over here. But rum and raisin cornetos, branded con patas, absolutely fantastic. So it's now sending data to you at a much lower rate, 60k a second. Oh, it's going up, 65. It's also receiving 50k a second. But yeah, as you see, there was a massive spike of bandwidth, and then went, yeah. What? I'd like to make that taller, please. Windows? No, it's not happening. All right then. But it is sending quite a lot of data, and the game is paused, so it shouldn't be generating anymore. But it's not trickling data at you, it's hammering it. This is as much as the game. Oh, there we go, it's done. Henry, do you want to come next?
Why did it do that?
I mean,
Joining.
it just sent you 30 megabytes of data. But the point is, when Henry joins, look, Henry's done. But it just sent Henry a 20th of your data. So, Shaka, good for you? But it doesn't make any sense. It could be that your packet, your ping is too high, and you're getting more resends because the threshold is way too low. Join? You are clear to join.
Joining.
But yeah, a game where there's an advantage to having more monitors would be awesome. Incidentally, Henry, I'm sorry you didn't get the H3, but SRS have just announced a new hardware add-on, and it's a USB-powered ODB2 compatible dongle. So this means you can buy any car ODB2's stuff and run it off your rig. Oil temperature gauges, rev needles, anything you want. And that is, I'm like, that's fucking genius, because that shit is cheap as chips. There is so much of it. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Like, utter brilliant. So I'm like looking at it going, The thing is, I do most of my racing in VR, so I'm like, oh, but I really want to have physical
Yeah.
dials.
Mm.
I don't have a real reason to, but I want them. I mean, I've got Defi gauges on my Impreza, and they are, oh my god, they're expensive. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds worth of gauges. So on my Impreza, I've got three gauges: oil pressure, turbo pressure, and turbo temperature. The housing for the gauges was 150 quid, and I think each gauge was 350 pounds, and the sender box was 350 pounds. I didn't pay for that.
Wow.
You're looking at 1,200 quid for 3 little gauges, and they are beautiful gauges, absolutely match the Impreza's gauge cluster. But even so, that is some expensive ass gauges. But I suspect you can probably buy some quite nice, I'll say chavvy looking gauges off Alibaba or Amazon, probably quite cheaply. So that could be rather cool. I think it's great. I mean, that really lets people design cockpits in a really cool way, and cheap. Because I don't know if you've looked at the price of sim racing like readout hardware, but it's extortionate because it's such low, run quantities. But if you're looking at, Chavy Citroen Saxo modding community, there's a lot of those.
Yep.
I had to laugh. I said I did post on the Tesla group about my new wrap, and there was some teasing, like, why would you do that? And some people were like, oh, you never got, it looks like something you'd find on a Citroen Saxo with a large exhaust. And I'm like, my other car is a Type R Impreza with a 3.5-inch catback, so yes, actually, you're not far off.
Mm.
If you don't know the words I just said, I have a loud car. Why is this not working? You don't have any hydrogen. Fair enough. I haven't seen the car in daylight tomorrow. I didn't. It was a busy day, so I haven't actually seen it in the sunlight yet. Just kind of. Well, I'll probably have to wait a few more months because it's England. Shaka, you don't live north of the Arctic Circle, do you?
No,
How close are you?
quite south.
Quite south. If you were to use some sort of number to measure the southness, what number would it be? Quite south. Like 100 miles or 500 miles?
Quite south.
1,000.
Like beyond a city that is on the coast of.
Okay, but I don't know. Finland does go into the Arctic Circle, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I believe a friend of mine. Oh, wow, yeah, Finland is. I believe a friend of mine lives north of the Arctic Circle. But you're not like you're like I'm just like you're near like Turku or Helsinki or the southern end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't get the weird, it's daytime forever and then it's nighttime forever stuff.
Well, not that deeply. I guess on Asamikat is a little bit more. I have experienced when I have visited relatives that live more nearby that.
I have heard that tourists can go completely batshit. Like, you go to bed and it's light, and you get up and it's still light, and then it gets dark at just the wrong time. And thick blackout blinds and trying to adhere to a proper circadian rhythm is apparently very important. Not that I know. Yeah, human beings were definitely not ever designed to live that far north.
I guess if we stay here then evolution will design for that purpose.
No, I think unfortunately electric lights will break any evolution to match the sun's rhythm. Yeah, that's that tiny. And I'm going up to my third Simia crystal maker. I wish they fixed that. It just says lack of item. Which one? Collide with object. Which one? What is colliding with what? I think our limiting factor is actually going to be titanium crystals. I don't know what we're doing. I think they're all going into... Yeah, all the ones I don't use are going into... Oh, okay, never mind. We have an enormous amount here. Don't worry about it. We're good.
I did check that there was not a lot of plane filters around. Could visit the other star and pick up some. And use it as an excuse to try out warp.
But we don't have automated warp stuff. Or do you mean me? I mean, do you mean by hand?
You. Yeah, doing by hand.
Well, I'm the only person that if I warp doesn't cause the game to go Whoa! So I am happy to... If I do that, you guys, you know, look at maybe... Oops. Because we've... while we've been talking, we've gone from 43% to... Actually, still 43% because I haven't been going. 43%. Because that requires manual insertion of quantum chips. And I am making quantum chips. In storage I have a whole, not very many, 200. Although I am making them quicker than I'm using them, but that says more about the rate I'm... Oh, solar sails aren't working. No, wait, not solar cells. We're out of microprocessors. Oh, right. It keeps happening. I say we're out microprocessors, I look at it, and then suddenly 200 arrive. Wow. Yeah. An awful lot just arrived, but 19 more on the way. And we're also out of deuterium rods. We're creating...
Try to improve that a little bit.
But, actually... Doesn't matter about the spaceship. We are backing up spaceships. We're good. We're good. There are spaceships that can't launch because they've got nowhere to go because I cannot make shapes. Or I could start on the... Oh, let me just park up a second. So, more of a question for the experts. I can't determine... With the railguns, I could determine where they launch. With this one, I can't. I can't choose where they launch to. So, if I were to design a part of the ring I actually want to design, I could only design a bit of it. Is that right? Like, if I'd done the whole thing, it would just do it. But I can't, like, design it, but not have it active. I can't design an inactive Dyson ring. And if I start designing it, it will just start sending shit there, won't it?
I think there's no concept of inactive, at least in this world editor.
Good spot, thank you. Yeah, okay. So, we could start on the outer ring. I'm a bit worried. I'm actually going... the first one is so small, so close, it's going to block the sun entirely. Like... block it to the point where we won't ever see the sun again. I just wanted a ring there. Guess I should have put a ring on it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cavelin. I'm glad that you were paying attention. Okay, what I'll do for the moment then, to keep things going, I will finish. I won't finish. I will extend this one by one by one. This gives us a total requirement of, that's 30 more. Okay, that's going to take about 5 minutes. Right. So over by the railgun launching area is the green constructy thing. It's backed up on graviton lenses, but has 0 quantum processors, quantum chips. Can we please get quantum chips on Dora World's planetary logistics? Please.
You want them off world?
I want them on Dora World.
It's quite an intensive production chain.
It is. That's why we don't have one. Well, we've got one, but we're using that for, you know, spaceships. Oh man, I just realised we can actually make our research taller. That's annoying. But inline chips, whatever they're called, plane filters would be good. Where do I go for that then?
The other star.
Assume for a moment I don't know how to get to another star.
Have a hold of graviton lens and craft a space warper.
Craft a space warper. Do I just
Multiple, hopefully, and then have lots of energy.
Well, I need just what? Okay, well I'll make 5.
You want at least 2 for that way and back.
I'm with you so far.
Then you want to have enough energy that if you do something stupid, you have a hope of coming back.
Right. To be fair, I do have unlimited energy. It's just not very. Fine. Yep. Done.
Then go to the system space, like get off planet and get indicator for the system.
Hold on. Well, the next step is wait for the Wibbly Wibbly to be crafted. And I'm also just, while I'm here, quite important, I'm just fixing the research. So I realise it's not full height by any means. How many more do I need? 2?
I would have a couple, but like it consumes resources to warp, so be
No.
mindful of that.
Do I need to put the warper thing into my consumable slot?
Yeah. Under the slot where the thing that you're burning is.
Yeah. Where are we going? Gold. Oh, it's got a name. Golden Waterfall. Okay. And where in Golden Waterfall am I going?
World 1. Innermost.
Well, I'll rename it while I'm
Not
there.
the system.
Okay, cool. So I have an indicator for that. Can I warp at any speed? So I just hit caps.
You need quite a lot, but
I love the way it uses caps lock as the button.
like now you can warp at still also, and then you will arrive at still. Like you will maintain your velocity.
Oh, saving. Wow, it really does get through energy, doesn't it? Oh my god, this is not very fast, is it? Oh, there's all my energy gone. I'm regenerating it, but I'm just Not brilliant. I've dropped out of warp at 32 AUs. ETA, 34 minutes. I need a faster way of regenerating my energy. I am regenerating it, just not at the rate that I was hoping. Well, space is nice.
We have a burn upgrade we can do.
So look, I don't have anything else to do anymore. Was that a burn rate upgrade? Yes, that's probably seems like a good idea. We do the next one? No, the next one is green. This gives plus 200 kilowatt mecha fuel power. So that's what it uses up energy 200 kilowatts faster. That's not very well. I mean, every little helps. I mean, I made it most of the way there. I mean, I only dropped out 30 AU. Incidentally, what's an AU?
Astronomical units.
And how long is
as the distance between
Okay.
Earth and
Earth.
Sun.
Yeah. So what's an AU then in this game? You know what I mean? I was like, between the planet we start on?
Our star is 1 AU out of our starting world.
Yeah, but you know, well, to be fair, that's just how the human race works as well. So I guess that works. ETA is now 16 minutes. At least in this game, when there's a lot of waiting, it's my own fucking fault. Shaka, did you hear at the end of what happened last night on the stream?
Not really.
It
What
was about almost 3 hours of waiting for the drill, and we just sat there. All we had to do was occasionally go out and stop a wolf biting the drill, and when a blizzard came, make sure the house didn't burn down. We spent the rest of it doing pub quizzes.
Wow.
Was like, yeah.
I guess I could have cried a little more to make rescue missions.
It was just, well, no, we were just like, there's nothing to do. The problem was we worked out we could have made a second miner, yeah, to speed it up. But the problem was that making a second drill would have taken longer. It would have given us something to do, but we weren't saving enough time to warrant it, so we just did pub quizzes.
Is there a way to upgrade conveyor belts in place without?
And then you can shift to O, upgrade a whole stretch.
Right, awesome.
Okay, so if I coast, it's going to take me. So, Shauka, how was I supposed to get there in one warp? I think I was full on power before I warped.
I think you just were not a full-on warp. Yeah.
Well, if I wasn't far off.
I have made it in with full accumulator and it didn't run out.
So I should warp again then at 25 AU, or I should wait 10 minutes.
I think warping will be faster, but you might need a little buffer to warp on a very empty battery.
Oh, no. Kitties are lovely. Oh, kitties are lovely. What should I feed my kitten? Anything he wants. It's so small. Aww. A friend of mine, they were looking to becoming a temporary home for kittens. You tend to get a mother cat and a bunch of kittens, and you get them for 2 or 3 months, then you give them back and you get more of them. So it's like you spend your whole life with just the best bit of a cat. I would watch kitten videos, but I've watched kitten videos on stream before and gotten copyright strikes as they put copyright on the kitten videos.
Yeah.
How many kittens can a cat have? Oh my god, look how many's in that photo. My word, I hope not that many. Aw, chimeras are pretty.
I think that's been photoshopped.
Or what, the cat?
No, the multiple,
No,
the many kittens.
oh,
The previous one.
Oh, it has, hasn't it? Yeah. No, yeah.
Not the chimera.
Yeah, chimera
Well.
are pretty cats. That's definitely Photoshop, that one.
Yeah.
So
Pretty good Photoshop. Can't see the join, but yeah.
I would like, by the way, I'm hoping with the Icarus update, which is the expand for this game, not for Icarus, that I can put different bits on my mech and it will have an effect. Like I'd like to put big solar wings on now, which will expand outwards and give me stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, but
You're wrong.
different fuels don't generate at different rates, do they? Or do they? Like all fuel, they do. Ah, okay. So I should have taken some.
They do.
There's some richer fuel with me. Okay. Shaka, in your warpy opinion, how much charge should I have before I thrust again?
I think you're about safe, but
Cool.
I was trying to measure, and there is a gig-up cost on activating the warp, and then continuing the warp will cost less.
It saves the game when you warp, I notice. Cool. 4 AU, 3 AU, 2 AU. Oh, I have to come up and warp myself, do I?
Yeah, maybe. Might not let you warp on the star.
I am so low on power. Coming in hot. So what is this planet? Volcanic ash, right. Where's your shit? Other side of the planet. The flying between planets is quite fun, but I kind of hope eventually there is just a warp gate I can use. Okay, so there's a big shit ton of iron here. Right, there's more planet over here. Oh, that's a lot of oil. I'm gonna be honest.
That's not oil.
Oh, sulfur, sorry. I'm gonna be honest, I've forgotten why I'm here.
You want to grab the quantum.
Plane filters.
I look up the name.
So what you're saying is a smart man would have come here with a really empty inventory. That's what I'm taking away from this conversation.
And that's what you did, right? Right?
If I see a smart man, I'll let him know. I'm looking at the current planet's consumption demand and all that, and it's just taken a massive dive because I'm here and I'm taking up a whole bunch of power off the planet. Oh, I was going to put some accumulators down, but I can't. plane filter. So, do you mean not optical grating crystals? Do you mean plane filters?
Plane filters are like the end product there.
Yeah, all 331.
Got stuck somehow.
It has got stuck because you don't have any Casimir crystals. You don't have any Casimir crystals because you've only got 2 things crafting it. I think it's just speed.
No.
Well, what I will do while I'm here is I will craft some upgraded dubris. Oh, I can craft the good ones as well. I forgot. We now have access to broadband, particle broadband, and quantum chips, which means that we can make the Mark III assemblers, which are a whole twice as fast as the base ones. So don't get too excited, but better than a kick in the unmentionables. I will upgrade. Yeah, Henry, you can also upgrade crafting machines as well with the U.
Right.
It makes sense to take the instant, like the crystals or something from there. Or whatever.
Yeah, the problem is I then have to set up a whole extra thing. It's just a bit of a shame this didn't work because an extra bunch of plane filters isn't going to speak. But I can insert it in. It will be quicker now. Oops. I will put in some more. Actually, yeah, I say that. We're also out of hydrogen. There's no hydrogen in transit.
Oh, that will be a bit messy.
Is there any hydrogen? How are you doing hydrogen?
The hydrogen thing is on another planet there.
Well, I'll grab the plane filters and I'll come back because I've seen the warp. I've also renamed the planet as well. So I need to make sure I'm at like tip-toppy power before I leave them.
To be safe, yeah.
And I'm going to come back to... How is Hot Singles doing anyway?
Hot and single.
Are they in your area?
No.
Oh. Mechacore 5 requires greens, and that's pretty much it. Drive Engine 5 requires greens. But greens are happening, I notice. Yay! So is it most efficient to sail up to full speed, recharge and then boost, or just boost without having... Because it takes about half my energy to get up to full sail speed. Or you don't know.
Yeah, you can warp even from stationary.
Yeah, but which is most efficient on my energy?
For stellar distance, you want to warp from still.
I agree. Having just done it and looked at the numbers.
It makes sense because in warp you are not like moving, it's a different method of travel. But it's like feels what the intuition would be that warp is like super hyper speed, but it's not the speed at all.
Well, it is, because I can see stuff coming towards me. Oh, there's Hot Singles. There's Dora World. I slightly panicked, forgot the button to come out there. Oh, when you come out of warp, you come out of warp at the speed you went into the warp.
Yes, because it maintains your speed.
Bosh. I have returned. Oh, and then it's saved. Now, oops. Is that is that weird bit when you land back on a planet, and then you have to get your bearings? Like, must find the landmark. Aha. I mean, it will help a bit. Plane filters is my bottleneck, apparently. So that will give us a bit of a whoosh, closely followed by Casimir crystals. Casimir crystals are backed up on hydrogen. Really? You said we had loads of hydrogen. I think I've eaten all the hydrogen. Oh no, it's just crappy belts. There we go. There we go. All sorted.
We are inside the ring. On what I'm on.
What?
Hot singles appears to be inside the Dyson ring.
Oh, the Dyson tool. Does that mean your ray collector can always get energy from it?
Maybe. Oh, technically, maybe if it's on the orthogonal bit or part of the orbit and you're facing away from the sun, maybe not then. But I'm guessing if you're sort of in the same plane,
But
or if your orbit is in the same plane as that,
you should be
you
able
might.
to nearly always see the ring then.
Yeah. Well, what I mean is if you you have the what's the right word?
Elliptical plane.
The line of the ring.
Yeah.
If you're
Wait, hold on.
close to that.
Hold on. The inclination of the orbit.
Yeah. So if you're at the same inclination, you should be able to always get it. But then if you're sort of 90 degrees to that one, and you're on the dark side, so to speak, if you're therefore facing away from the ring, so you might not be able to get anything.
So you're saying I should have created the swarm at the same inclination as the planet, which I could have done.
No.
If I'd known. Or 90 degrees to it.
It's not inclination. It's
The elliptical plane is the inclination.
Yeah, no, it's. Trying to think of the right words. Can't think of the right words. If you were to make the ring flat rather than up and over,
Yeah.
then have it outside, then I think you possibly always would have been able to get sun or power.
Uh-huh.
But
I mean, you can
otherwise
get it.
not.
You can get it with 4 ray collectors. I mean, that I'm sure of.
Yeah.
So the second Dyson shell. I was going to make a Dyson ring and then a Dyson sphere, and I was going to make the Dyson sphere at maximum size for the maximum hilarity. But that's going to put... That's instantly then you're going to be inside the Dyson sphere, which should actually be quite funny, thinking about it.
Does it blow out the resource requirements?
Oh yes, absolutely. But it also increases the power generation. Because the power generation is not correct. So in theory, a 100% efficient power Dyson sphere of minimal size or maximal size collects exactly the same energy. No ifs, no buts, it collects the same energy. Because you're collecting all the energy. But in this game, it isn't. For every solar sail you have up there, it collects 300 watts, no matter how far away it is from the sun, which is not correct. That's fine.
Yeah.
You know, that's...
Well, there
Gameplay.
is the thing that you can, like, if you stack them, then you might be able to get more of it.
You can get over 100% efficiency by stacking them, yes, because they let the sun through. So it's not doing that level of calculations, which is sensible. Okay, I've now, thanks to the so you had slow belts on your hydrogen, I put fast belts on, and now the Casimir crystal rate is up to a whopping sum per minute. At least 7. 8. $30, $40, $50. Yeah, 50 odd per minute. I don't know how long the hydrogen supply is going to last like this, by the way. So we're using hydrogen at a rate of 720 per minute. I believe, well, we can check what's our production. Production of hydrogen is I'm using 50%. So we're using 500. We're creating 537 a minute, and we are consuming 857 hydrogen. So no ifs, no buts. We do not have enough hydrogen. Probably the correct solution is to build about 30 more orbital collectors and put them in orbit. Around the gas giant. So what I've got is fine for the moment. All tickety boo. It's not going to last. We are also lacking deuterium fuel rods. Oh. Why are we? Because we're out of Oh dear, there's an issue. There is hydrogen on the titanium run. I think, Shaki, you may have messed up when you were here a minute ago. Oh no, this hasn't been... We get hydrogen on there. No hydrogen in that. That's... I mean, apart from that it went wrong, it all looks fine. There's hydrogen on this conveyor belt here, like the one that should have titanium alloy on it, had hydrogen. Oh no, it wasn't me, maybe you did derp it. So where are these fuel rods going? Oh, no, same place. No, same place. No, it's alright. I was just confused. They're going to an orbital a logistics thingy. Actually, I think they might actually be going straight into spaceships. No, I take it back. They're going straight into spaceships. Our spaceship generation is now up to 3 per minute. What I am going to do, just to make things a whole bunch cooler, I can do this. Oh, no, I can't. We're out of quantum. Oh, there's no one container. Frames. Gravity lenses. Graviton lenses. If we did have 700 microprocessors, by the way, we could actually do the research. And then I've got a fun task of designing the whatchamacallit, which I thoroughly intend to enjoy. Right, so I'll make 3 of those, drop in 170 more. Those. Oh, we are making a whole bunch more plain. Oh, is this? I was like, oh, here's a whole. I was like, oh, there's a whole setup here making plain filters, but it's mine. Prematurely excited there, I'm afraid. But if I get 700 quantum processors, that will be enough. Does anyone have a whole ton of soil? You have more soil than me.
I have 1 million soil.
What? Oh, so soil's not per planet then? No, it's not, is it? Could you come and just make a bit flatter, because I've run out of soil.
This direction?
Yes, just a little bit. Well, I mean, a lot eventually, but a little bit right now. Look at you, you're just swimming in soil. I would like to put a vote for the soil pile should be a physical, visible part of the level. So you could actually see it grow and shrink.
Maybe. It would be problematic if it becomes a mountain. It seems like it would
Yeah.
make tectonic movements.
Yes, I agree. It should become huge and unwieldy. Screw it, put a satellite power down. I hate the Tesla. They're just so small and annoying. Tiny and petty. You please know we're currently at 17 spaceships per minute, but I suspect that's not a sustainable number, which means I unblocked something a little bit earlier. Yeah, 9, 8. It was about a minute ago I unblocked something. Well, this should be pretty cool. So I'm gonna join up another segment of the ring, and then all the spaceships will launch. It should be pretty cool. There we go. That is cool. You hit your map key now. That is fucking awesome. You're gonna love that. And there we go.
Yep.
Comes the second set. Unfortunately, I can't sustain this. Not yet. That comes later. Lou and Chin, if you've not seen the moment where the Dyson swarm becomes part of the Dyson shell, it is genuinely amazing. The rendering, the tech, everything about it is absolute brilliance, and I've got to genuinely tip my hat to the developers on the way they've implemented it, the way they've rendered it, everything about it. Yeah, here comes 4 more launching. There we go. It's a shame they're silent, but you know. Oh, it's alright. I mean, we'll get there. I mean, we're only 18 hours in, which is, as far as I know, pretty fucking impressive. Because, you know, we've had up to 8 of us playing, which helps. I'm afraid, I think that's all the space. Oh, no, there's some more. That was only 3 that time. Yeah, we've got a few left. Basically, they're blocking. Blocking is not the right word. Building the ring. There's the physical representation of it. Yeah, I mean, I've put in like 120 hours into this game in single player, but the vast majority of it was just put down shit tons of containers and go and do some work, and then come back an hour later, go cool resources, and then you can play it in a very inefficient, in a very slow way. I feel sure this is not a good way, by the way. You'd have to actually build cables around it and then spin it up to speed. There's no way this would orbit. Oh, I suppose you could put it into an orbit, but you'd have to cable it together at some point. I love it. This is basically SpaceX's plan. Although, a little bit disappointed there aren't any reusable rockets in the game. Probably use splitters here. Now, how does splitters work then? Are they random? Round robin? I know you can set a priority.
I think the most important rule is if there's an opening that will be used.
Yeah. I usually use a little logisticsy thing to pull stuff off sideways. But that doesn't work here because the priority is to send it to the end rather than any sort of balancing whatsoever. Yeah, but what I want is I want an option that says perfect 50-50 distribution, or at least attempted 50-50 distribution. I want the next one to be here and less full than I want it here. Which I want the turntables from Fortress Craft, is the short answer. But yeah, doesn't necessarily buy spaceships. You've got 20. Oh my goodness me! We finished off the structure already. Oh, in that case, we are going to do some more spaceship launching. 404. I have enough for 200 more green cubes, by the way. But that's it. But I am having to stick them in by hand. Although, in theory, if you put quantum chips on the planetary network on Dora World, it will quote-unquote just work.
Just.
It should just work. So the important thing is, Shako, just is a word you must not use about somebody else's task because it reduces it. But the phrase, it should just work, that means I think it should just work. But if it doesn't, I won't be in the slightest bit surprised. It means in my minimal amount of looking at it, I reckon it will go. But I haven't done extensive stuff. It'll just work. 9 times out of 10, it will just work, does not just work. So in that case, it's actually the opposite of just anything. Wow, that was it. That was all of the greens. We should be down to 204 now. Acquired. It'd be nice to just unlock that for bed. I should be around tomorrow for Live for Speed. I can't promise it, but I'm pretty sure I should be. I am out during the day. But no, I am concerned about how it will look. I'm not sure if this is a sensible concern. It's probably not, thinking about it. But again, I want to get, what's the word? Very reactive building. So when I tweak the Dyson sphere, a shit ton of spaceships, all like 50, all launch simultaneously. Oh, it does animate them. I take it back. Oh, no, it doesn't. No. Oh, no, it does animate them. I take it back. I take it back. Yeah, it just got a little bit bigger. It's just not very... The small ones, the big ones, aren't really obvious enough. The small ones should be weedy and the big ones look awesome. So you can go, that's a half-built one. But at the minute, that's... Or is it just scaling it up along the... I think it's just scaling it up along 2 of the axes. Yeah, because it's no deeper, it just gets fatter as it fills. Our Dyson status is now 114 megawatts and we are tapping 97 of it. So, pretty good. Not perfect. Our solar sail swarm size has dropped massively. That will be because we are stealing a lot of the solar sails now for spaceships. which is fine, but let's limit that to 1,000. Limited to 200, which is fine, but means we could probably do with upping our solar sail, because each Dyson spaceship, Dyson Sphere component has a solar sail, or more than one solar sail associated with it. What's the limiting factor? Right, there are two major limiting factors. One, my ship design. Mostly just one.
It is the speed of the assembler making the sails.
Yes. No, it's not. There are no prisms in storage. So this assembler is starved for prisms. Don't think we have any more prisms around.
Oh, I'm looking at the other one. I'm sorry.
Oh, we have another one.
Oh, wait, no, I'm standing right next to you.
Oh, yeah, one of them's starved, one of them's full. Empty that. Yeah, unfortunately, because of my rampant incompetence, I have failed to make enough room to extend this further. But even if I do extend it further, unfortunately, we're going to struggle for prisms. So somewhere down that conveyor line is a prism setup that's not very good. That I made right at the beginning of the game, I think. Kind of a shame, but also I guess nice that there's no speed limit on moving resources in and out of your inventory. I've just moved, I don't know, 50,000 circuit boards from one place to another. I did also build a conveyor system to do it, but I was quicker than it by a lot. Yeah, because I didn't put that in a very good place. We can't extend that further. Storage. Oh. Interesting, we have a second conveyor line that also gives circuit boards, and there's nothing coming down it. That's died. I wonder if we're either tapping them all, or I think our corrupted circuit board line has stopped giving us free circuit boards. Sad face. Doesn't matter where it is, here we'll do. All I want to do is pop it in. I want to pop the storage hopper that's down there up here. We can continue to bottleneck stuff. Plus, as it said, it's easy when you have a storage hopper. You can tell whether or not you're slowly gaining resources, slowly losing resources, or more or less breaking even. Put it back then. Finally, an output conveyor belt. Finally, I need to end that circuit boards, but that's not quite going to happen yet. Okay, now I can extend this though. Unfortunately, as I said, it's not lack of assemblers. I wish it was. It's lack of crystals. I don't think we've got any scope for bigginizing that. But it's okay, while I'm doing this, and this has always been the point about Fortress Craft, this is why you automate. While I'm buggering about doing this, all that stuff's working. Quantum chips are deep frying. And did I build this with any sort of possible... Oh my god, this is awful. So I've got stone, fine, into individual glass smelters, one of which directly feeds into a prism, one of which then taps off from the other prism. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, is I'm just going to upgrade these. I'll go get some quantum chips. I'll make some tier 3s, because that will be twice as many prisms without actually doing any work. Ideal. So all that time I was experimenting with improving things, we made 30 quantum chips.
About to land on a planet.
I know, it's already frozen. Oh, we've only got 4 left. Is someone else doing greens in some way? Because I'm not seeing these greens. I don't think it was me. Just me?
I tried to put some warpers on the system, try to see whether handcrafting the warpers will start the interstellar system.
No. We only have 4 more greens until we can do our Dyson research. But I thought we were 200 off last time I looked at it. Now we're 4 off, but I didn't think it was me. So I was asking if anybody else had been doing the green cubes.
Nope, not me anyway. But
Maybe indirectly.
Well, it has to be pretty direct, 'cause it has to go into the research system.
I automated some stuff and then I fed the automation.
If you automated quantum chips into the planetary network, that would explain it. Other than that, Yes! Now it gets much more interesting. So... now you see, now I can edit this much more interestingly. So I can build... Wow, I love the way that just doesn't do anything. So now I can build stuff up to 15 degrees. So the plan was to finish off this ring and then to leave that sort of generate and then... Oh no. That's fortunate. I'd normally pause the game while I'm doing this, but obviously I can't. So let me just do that. So as far as the problem is that I have no control over how it builds the Dyson sphere. It just builds it whenever bloody order it likes. So I want to get that finished and then start to work on this one. Because if I start to place nodes out here, it will deployment conflict. It's too close. But hold on, I can do that. That's right. And then here's the cool bit. Then join these up. That's. Then all I need to do is just wait. Fortunately, we might be waiting a long time. I think I can speed it up though. if I get rid of that and that and that, and start by that, and I think doing a diagonal also speeds it up. So in this case, I can remove that. So now that's the bare minimum out yonder. So this bit is extremely cool when it happens. The real question is, do we have enough spaceships backed up over the last half an hour to do it? We had 6 in the last minute. But see, I mean, they don't do it in any order I could work out. They do it absolutely whatever bloody order they feel like. Let's see, what time is it? Late-ish. So yeah, worst case scenario is about 100 minutes from now. But I don't know what happens if I actually, let me just try, because whatever. If I delete that, I get the sails back, but not anything else.
You demolish the structure of the Dyson sphere. It will scatter the solar sails, and this will temporarily increase the total power generation of the Dyson sphere. But these scattered solar sails will regain their life cycle.
I love that. It will regain their life cycle. That means they'll start to die. Oh no, not RIP. These will start in a moment to move back into the ring. I've just deleted the extra ones, which should reduce it by 100 or so. But yeah, we're lacking, it's the fuel that's the limit. Deuteron fuel. Deuteron. That is an easy upgrade to the fuel rods, unfortunately. Shackle's built 2. And maybe more. Collide with other objects was kind of the goal. Oh, I did wonder what the RIP was. Well, I have built another one which will double the speed of the Deuterion. Why can't my brain not Deuteron? No, we are going to start running out of deuterium, I think. Well, I've increased the amount of fuel rods we're making anyway. Oh, except this one's also. Job for a splitter on what we've got. Yeah. storage. That will work. There we go. Oh, so it's evenly split, but it's a bit less whack than it was. So fractionators have the advantage that they are very, very cheap on power. They have the disadvantage they are complete shit. So you get a 1% chance of deuteron, so you just have to have 100 of them running enormous amounts of deuterium through in order to achieve what you want. So they're crap, but they're cheap. The issue is a lack of hydrogen. So some of our particle colliders are offline because they don't have enough hydrogen. So I think gas giants is probably our should be our focus because we can get an awful lot of hit with that, like loads. And it's unlimited. Yeah, they are. It's early games, not quite right, but yeah, they are. They are alternative method for when you don't have redonkulous amounts of power. Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it. I just gotta wait for this to fill in. Actually, let's take 40. I can actually nearly make them. I just need titanium alloy. That was around somewhere. Is one of those, and I need some things. I can make 36 of those. How many do I need? 40. I'm lacking. Yeah, hydrogen from giants is... Are we actually pulling down any hydrogen anywhere into a planetary station, do we know? Into an interplanetary station? I've avoided doing it, but I don't know if anybody else has. I'm going to take the silence as a...
I might be, I don't know.
This is, again, back to where I feel the game needs a way of checking. Well, I'll stick 10 more spaceships on. I've just requested...
I agree.
So I should say remote demand, but local supply. So that means pull in from the stars, but supply to this planet. I'm just going to hope that my jibbity jabbity there was just a yes. This is even closer.
I'm about to transition back to Dora World to pick up some graphene. Unless there's still on here. Hot singles.
Oh, there should be. And if there's not, it's easy to get. There should be. I'd say at this point it's probably not worth it because I'm very close to going to bed. The only thing that's keeping me going is the constant flow of spaceships because it's so nearly there. But there should be. I realize it doesn't mean there is, but I'm very sure there will be some. And if not, it's actually one of the easiest things to make because it's just stone or iron or coal into a smelter. I can't remember which it is. It's like, why isn't this working? But I forgot to put the filter on. So I do understand that we've obviously backed up a fuck ton of this, but there's now 3,500 hydrogen in storage. Now, well, there's now 4,800, but I've just taken 1,000 out. Well, that should solve the hydrogen issue here, and with a bit of luck, that should mean that the stuff I was tapping off Schalke will back up. Although that said, I can't see Schalke. Ah, there it is, yeah. So this bit from Schalke should hopefully begin to back up. That means that the load on whatever the fuck's down there will be reduced. So I play this like Fortress Craft. I play it saturated belts are happy belts. Basically, you want it all the way saturated as much as you can, because everything is going flat out. I still see people trying to balance Fortress Craft, like how many of X we need to do Y. I'm like, just do too many X. Do more X than you need, and then Y will always be perfectly happy. That's one thing I find interesting about these games, you know, logistics games, is there are the different approaches to it. I guess we do spaghetti, some people do, I hope someone's flying to this planet, some people do busing. Full and moving is important. Full is good, full and moving is excellent, empty is bad.
Wow, I can see the starting bits of the Dyson sphere.
Oh.
Big in the sky. That's pretty cool.
Is this the diamond, the triangle?
No, not yet. But I'm just seeing the waypoints things. Not waypoints, what the rockets have been taking up.
The components, yeah. Oh yeah, because you're... Hold on, so you're on hot singles.
Yep.
Let me center on you. Oh yeah, can you see the triangle outwards to space?
Not yet.
You zoom,
No, it's still inside, I think.
no. Zoom out. Like zoom out until you are all outside in space, orbiting hot singles on the map.
Yep.
And find the triangle. It's very close. It's beginning to be built.
The line. Oh, hang on.
No, it's outside your orbit.
Hang on.
It's right now between Hot Singles and Maddie.
Yeah. Good description.
Not yet.
You can look on the stream. It's going quite well, Bluetricity, thank you. Oh, another round of railgun fire. What are we up to? 2.5, 2002. So we are still struggling for the amount of solar sails. I increased the number of prisms, but not much else. It should be alright.
I don't mean.
Did you find the triangle?
Yeah, I can see it.
That should be cool when it's done. But yeah, all we have to do is join the lines up, and that's it. That's been done.
All we have to do.
All we have to do is join the line. When we are making spaceships at rate, 2 a minute. There's not enough Deuteron fuel. Rods. Everything else is, I won't say backing up, that's
There
exaggerating.
is
There's
deuterium on the network.
doesn't. Okay.
I know because I put it there.
I'm going to believe you, and I'm going to request it off the network.
Nitrogen is a bit low.
Local demand, remote demand. Oh yes. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, what's low, Shaka?
Hydrogen.
What? Where?
Coming the deuterium production.
Uh,
Yeah, I guess there were stores of hydrogen that now have been used up.
Wait. Do you mean going to the Casimir creation? Because I didn't run the hydrogen anywhere else.
I don't know where Kashmir creation is.
I did not run hydrogen from any interstellar or planetary logistics stations anywhere except to make Casimir crystals. I mean, on a scale of 1 to, lots, how much deuterium have you made? A lot.
20-something thousand.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a lot, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
No, I've already nicked 4,000 of it. But that's okay because we do have a specific goal, and at that point, it can take longer. I just want to get this done before I fall asleep.
How long will that be?
Before I fall asleep.
Well, minutes or seconds?
Not seconds. Minute.
Right. Okay.
Minutes, not hours. Damn it. I'd like to make a third Deuteron rod, but I can't because in all directions there's stuff in the way. Mark III stuff, no. Barely make them. There's some Mark III belt stuff over there, but I grabbed a handful about 2 hours ago and haven't been back. So I assume it's working. Right, that's tidier. Now, unfortunately, that runs into that at this point, so I cannot easily. I'd have to come out again. Different conveyor.
Into Dora World.
Okay, not doing anything dramatic then.
Oh, still half an AU out. 0.2. Incoming.
Yeah, just froze up. Wait, whole system copper under 1 million, really? Don't say that. Again, I really wish the whole system numbers. God, we are under 1 million copper left in the system, but I wish that gave an ETA. I don't care how much copper's left. I just need to know how long for it runs out at my current usage rate. Because 1 million copper is a huge amount at the start of the game, and a trivial and inconsequential amount at the end of the game. Well, bear in mind, the satellite substations mean I can get rid of all of these annoying, in the way Tesla towers. I fucking hate the Tesla towers. The worst thing about Factorio is the shitty power system. And of all the things this game had to fucking copy, it copied that.
Well, the arms, kinda.
The arms are
A lot
also
of things that are copied.
the robot arms are the most awesome thing about Factorio, and these aren't quite as cool. But the power system is awful in Factorio. It's just hand wavy rubbish, and I absolutely hate it to bits. So I'm sad they copied that. Mindustry copied it as well. I just don't like it at all. This kind of vague, just microwave energy in a circle. Yeah, whatever. Right, I've gone mad. I've built 5 new Deuteron rod creators. I very much doubt we'll be able to run them. But you know, one can hope. I dread to think how many turbines we're burning through, by the way. I don't know where we're making them or how many we're making, but we are getting through a lot of turbines. Sorry. Supermagnetic rings. Electricity. The worst thing about Borderlands is when I pick up a gun, it lists how much damage each bullet does and then how many bullets it fires per second. Yeah, so I can go into here. I can find copper, and I can see we are consuming 1,300 per minute. And you want me, in my head, to divide 800,000 by... because I'm not going to. Oh, there's 27 million in the whole system, by the way. It's just 8,000 on this planet. So on the local planet, we are doing 342, so it's 883,000 divided by 344. We've got about 2,500 minutes. We're good for another 42 hours on Dora World. It should show me. I want to see these numbers. This is a game about entropy. Show me those numbers going towards 0. I don't have the resources to make Mark 3s, by the way. No, that's good to me because that's 10 hours if that was the whole system. Thankfully it's not. Oh, we're getting there. About a third done. Jack, this is mad what you've done here. You're supposed to keep the insanity to off-world. Where are
The triple hydrogen line.
all of it. Everything there is mad. Just remember, I would like quantum chips into the logistics network because it's all hooked up to use it. I'm feeding them in by hand. I'm only feeding in what's spare from the spaceship launches.
What product we're talking?
Quantum chips. Blue chips.
I'm currently focused on getting the just yellow processors up to a decent rate.
I thought they were, but they're on a different planet.
Yes, that's where I'm at right now.
Oh, you're on a different planet. Sorry, I thought you sounded a bit distant. Yeah, but Blu-ray. Do you understand that a computer game should show me cool graphs, should show me all of the cool graph, not expect me to have to divide two numbers in my head? Plus, if nothing else, it should really be hinting at me about entropy. It should be going, look, you are returning the universe back to its,
So where are you getting that this game is about entropy?
because it is about entropy. It's about mining all of the resources in the universe. Might be the paperclip simulation game. That's the point. You're capturing all the energy rather than radiating it out into space. That's Dyson spheres. But I would love to see how long I've got left in this system. Same with Borderlands. in Borderlands, it does not show you the DPS or DPM of a gun. It just shows you the damage per bullet and the bullets per second. So that means everything you pick up a gun, you're like, 18,000, 30,000, versus 1,200 damage per bullet times 8 bullets because the shotgun times fire rate of 0.7. Just give me the number. Don't make me sit there and have to do sort of fun maths. Just
Where's our graphene being used?
We have some enormous stacks of graphene, and I think there might be some in the network somewhere.
I can see some going into a interstellar logistics system.
Good. That means you can pull it off from another one.
How?
The easiest way is to construct a planetary logistics system, give it some drones, tell it you want to demand whatever it is you want, and it will then you just do a conveyor belt out, set it to the right filter, done.
Right.
It will just appear. Bear in mind, if we all do that though, we will run out of resources because you do have to put stuff in as well as take it out. But
yeah,
like I've no idea who's putting it in where. I been in on a different planet. Well, I will not be able to sustain this level of spaceships, by the way, but we are now up to a quite ludicrous number of spaceships a minute, maybe 5, 6, 9, 10.
There's our graphene stash.
11, 13, 14. We're still getting Tower at a rate. What are we going to run out first? I think we're going to run out of Dyson sphere components first, because we are out of solar sails. I did say solar sails were a limit. Dang it. No, it's not. It's still prisms. Yes, unfortunately, my prism setup here was A, horrible, and B, not particularly upgradable. So this was one of the very earliest things I built. Would never. It doesn't even fit. See, I can start to. Don't know. Didn't play in Ministry on update 3. And maybe a late comer to Ministry. I don't really know how long it's been around. I much prefer the Fortresscraft power delivery system, but I do not think it would be suitable for a game like this because this is a lot bigger than Fortresscraft, like a lot bigger, like sort of scale. And Fortresscraft is a bit more personal on the scale size. Yeah, maybe more machines, maybe less machines, but much smaller area, if not necessarily volume. In Fortresscraft it was about tuning. The thing is, in Fortresscraft, the network, the power was something you could tune. You could diode it, send power one direction, you could focus power at the top end of your network, at the bottom end of your network, etc. etc. This just, you just have to build things nearby that just generate power, and you have to generate enough power. Why not just have power magic generated across the whole world? That would have been fine. If you took the exact system as it was and removed from the game Tesla towers and satellite substations, would the game be any substantially different? Just have power works. As long as you have enough power, it works. Done. Move on. That to me would be a perfectly acceptable change to the game. It's not fun crafting endless Tesla towers and popping them down because, because that's how the game works. Like, but it's not challenging, interesting, fun. It's just you have to keep doing it. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't change the game in any appreciable way, would it? Just power magically works because that's how power works in the future.
There is a cool moment when you can hook up local networks into the global for one planet.
Yeah, is that really?
But I guess you are building like a local spot and then branching it out, so you
Yeah.
don't get those moments of connecting local networks.
You're building a local spot, and then what you're really doing is just running a line of Tesla towers to it. Yeah. I don't think Factoria's one was very good. It saddens me that Mindustry copied it. It saddens me that this copied it. What was the other one? Riftbreaker. I think you just need enough power. It magically works. You don't miss the fact you're not placing down power towers at all. I think Riftbreaker does that.
Yeah, Riftbreaker has global and like doesn't have conveyors. They are like global resource.
Yes, I mean it is more of it's more of a twin stick shooter with a bit of logistics plugged in though. Okay, well I've just about managed to jam more glass into that, but what I am going to do, because glass is just all over here. I mean, I think the power system is active. It's just a pain in the ass, and then I keep having to delete Tesla towers and jiggle them around. It's just way. There we go. That's all I can really manage. Well, we're now up to 90 prisms a minute, so hopefully... Oh, there's only 3 bits left? It is absolutely worth keeping an eye on that when it completes. Genuinely, I was super, super impressed. Don't know, never played Satisfactory. Played the beta, thought it was a pile of shit, never went back. It felt like a very pretty and very shallow game, and from everything I've read about it, I was absolutely right. And apparently you fall through the world a lot too. Oh, I was expecting a giggle off SB when I said that. Solar sails. I craft any. Yes, 2. I will say that Satisfactory is absolutely fantastic looking. It is absolutely gorgeous. But you can't alter the landscape. And to me, that's not an acceptable trade-off, really. I'm 20 a minute. I'm just on the I think I am just on the cusp of making more prisms than we need. Oh. Oh. You know that thing? There's a thing that people say, something like always listen to women. Oh, we've listened to Esmia. Because although the prism is Meduba robot is not keeping up, it is outrunning the solar sail generator. Oops. Well, that has definitely doubled our, at least temporary generation, though possibly has not doubled our permanent generation. But I think we're now generating more solar sails than... we've got crystals. Come on. It's there. No, Deuteron rods are one of our less strong. I will verify that. We have. Oh no, we're actually doing a little bit better now. That was one of the ones that we. I've only just recently improved it. But I tend to spend a lot of time hanging around on one area there, so as long as I remember to put the wireless things down. I also actually use graphite because it's just plentiful, and it's plentiful. Deuteron is a little bit high up the tech tree for us at the moment. Okay, we're back up to full production. Oh, hang on. Let's build it. We have 5 components left to build. I don't know. Oh, maybe I can actually work out how many that is. Less than 80. Definitely less than 80. And we're at 5 a minute. 80 divided by 5 is 20. 20 minutes at the absolute outside. Hopefully smaller than that, because I have to. Oh, yeah, we're up to 7 a minute now. But mostly I just try and stand near stuff, and I try not to forget to stand near stuff. I understand the scope of the universe, the amount of resources, but it pains me to put physical objects into my inventory when I could run off power, which is infinitely renewable. As me, I'm just going to reduce the number of processors on demanding, because I did realise I have a cap of 10,000, which is probably too many to just have lying around in a storage.
A buffer doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I might hit 1,000. No, I've just emptied the storage entirely out. Never mind, just used it all. How's space construction looking? There's currently 3 left to do, and then genuinely definitely one of my top 10 most glorious gaming moments. Not being funny, absolutely stand by that. I was really impressed. You might not be, I don't care. Where is it in I already have 80 solar cells in my inventory. Get them in there then. We are chewing through solar cells like a rate of knots though. But we're also now shifting up 11 spaceships a minute. But we really need more solar cells to be made. Well, still 3 bits. Oh, I think that one just lit up. I think that might mean it's done. Oh no, it unlights up when someone goes in. Oh, 4 bits to go. 3 bits to go. Okay, I recommend whatever you're doing, get ready to look at the... You want to press M, zoom all the way out. Click on the sun, click on view. Click on the little N in the top right to fix the fucking camera. Just wait for that triangle to get filled in. 3 bits left, plenty of ships heading out there. if we'll see these within my lifetime, like solar sails and stuff. I don't know. There is a Lagrange point microwave transmitter that is being developed by an Oxford company, and it's fascinating because your thought is, oh, you can't transmit, you know, a microwave beam across space, but they're like, by the time it hits Earth, it's about 5 miles across. You know, it is a lot of power, but it's spread over 5 miles. So what you do, you can actually walk in it. It's perfectly safe. But it's 5 miles of kind of wire netting, like a big field of wire netting 10 feet in the air. It catches all the energy, and you can continue to use the energy underneath it. So that is in progress. Right, there's I think they're planning for a SpaceX launch late 2023 to sort of prototype up stuff. But it's a deep space satellite beaming microwave energy back to Earth. But they reckon the moon will be better because you can beam it to the moon and then from there do stuff with it. There's still 3 bits left. Anything I can do, I could put my remaining 4 solar sails in.
Two, I think now.
Oh, good. The Y view will clearly show you how many. The
One more now.
Oh, that graphite. Not something I've seen in a while. Well, I've just queued up another 100 solar sails in my inventory. As I said, I wish this game had a heist. I want to be able to do a heist, and a heist is a fortress craft tool you attach to a storage hopper, and you tell it how much you want in your inventory. When you walk near it, it just warps that many of that thing into your inventory, you know, obviously up to the limit you specify. I really want that. Like, it was awesome running past like the part of your base that just shoved that all out at you.
One of the most downloaded mods for this game is Personal Logistics, which basically does that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't mind. Oh, hold on, this might be the last one. I wouldn't mind at all if my drones went off and did it. I think that would be perfectly acceptable.
Well, that's what it does. It
Yeah.
simulates that.
Simulates
It
the
doesn't
factory
actually
array.
animate it, but it does simulate it.
Now, I want, if my personal drones went off essentially to pick up stuff from a storage hopper for me, I would like that. Come on, there's just one piece left. Railguns are firing. When the railguns go to sleep, by the way, the spaceship production is faster because we're sharing solar sails between spaceships and the ring. Away warning. Oh, I can't turn the HUD off in the screen. Sad face. Jack, are you just in space watching?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not lost then. I think the Y view is probably better, but I haven't actually watched this from space yet. Click on the Dyson sphere node to be specific. What?
You can see the partial progress of the parts, I guess.
Where? Nodes and... Oh, frame... Well... Oh, that's a coordinate. Doesn't really help me. Structure point 108, 10, 120? Should that be... Oh.
There, we're done.
No, we're not? Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, okay. So here it goes. This is fantastic. Come on. Do it for me. Oh, there's just one more thing I have to do. All I have to do is go to that and click on, I think it's that one. Yes.
You have finished the Dyson shell planning.
Here we go.
Once nodes and frames are done construction, the Dyson shell will put solar sails to use automatically. Each solar sails provide one cell point, and you can click the shell to view the total number of cell points required.
Yeah, shut up. Get on with it. Start doing the thing. A moment on this view. There we go. There they go. Top right and there. Oh, let's have it look some space. If you haven't worked out what's going on, you will in a moment. I hope. There you go. You might need to zoom out. You notice there are now cyan ones at the top, all peeling away from the swarm, moving into position. And now these solar sails are permanent, so these will always be there. I've just realised, by the way, Mike, the joke that I plan to do won't work on Hot Single, but will work on all the other planets. Because you're on the wrong side. So now the oldest solar sails will move into formation. You can see them. Oh no, maybe it's the newest ones. And I'm not going to the minute, if I were to rearrange this, the shell breaks apart and reforms. It's really nice. I love the way they move. Just awesome. I like games with lots of little things moving. Well, I like Nomancer, you know, just millions of little gnomes going. Good grief. So yeah, the first one's about 3/4 of the way there. How does it look from in space, Schalke?
It's kind of nice.
Don't know how many we'll get, but now our power will...
And that's the weather report.
And now over to traffic. Blue Twisty, that's a terrible way of doing it. 108/1/12/20. That's a terrible way of saying how many to go, how many total. It should just say 108/120. Now the thing is about this as well, and this is maybe not. This is why I love the game. If I just, there you go, I can see this happening from space. And I've just realised, I think I've built the entire... Oh, I'm on the wrong type of... If I didn't write the planet, it'd be different. So I can see it happening from the planet. But I would need to be on the right part for it to work. Oh, yes, Blue Twisty. I'm a lot further on in my single player. So I've seen it and it's like, oh... Because when I realised that's what they did, oh, look at that. So they all go into the... camera work. They're struggling to catch up because this is such a small... Oh, this is the big one. This should be slow at the outside. They're struggling to catch up. But what? Oh yes, I guess we're done. I should have spaceships queuing up, and I'll design some more of the sphere. This is the smallest possible thing you can build on a Dyson sphere. It's probably about the size of... It's about 3 to 4 times a big across as your mama. Good joke, Schalke. Well done. It worked.
Finally landed.
There you go. So you can see they begin to build out from the corners. So that's all of the solar cells all the ones that haven't disintegrated are all up there, all working. And when you fly through space, you always see these streams of them going. Yeah, absolutely. I really love it. Really impressed. I love the way that it moves. I love the slow, gentle majesty of it all building. And unfortunately, I think I can only see the sails from the inside. Anyway, so tomorrow is Live for Speed. It will not be this late. Wednesday will be SnowRunner because Schalke can have his day off. Not sure about Monday. And hopefully by Tuesday we can use the new patch for Dyson Space Program because they will have patched it. So that's the hope. If you go to the Y view, by the way, you can see the what's got solar sails in it and what's not. Much easier. Our Dyson shell is about to overtake the generation capacity of our Dyson swarm as well.
I just realized I should probably land on a planet before we.
That's
I
probably
guess.
very wise. Oh, so cell. It needs 250. It has. You say? It needs 250. It's got what? 120 on board and 54 fitted? It's not very clear, is it? But yeah, I was.
I'm approaching Dora World.
Where in the world?
Ooh, it's obscuring the sun. Aha.
Oh, really? Does it actually cast a shadow?
Well, I can't see the sun through it when in Y view,
That's cool.
B view, one of them. It's those edge corner bits. I think it might happen on yours. I'm not sure.
Let me just go to hot singles.
Oh, we can see it glowing on from the inside as well. Actually,
Yes.
dark on the outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have built it in such a way it should, in theory, cause a massive shadow to cast across the planet. However, this game is written in Unity. That's one thing they didn't do, unfortunately, was to create a fake shadow caster in the correct position to do that. So yes, so eclipses don't make the planet go dark. They do stop railguns firing though. I hope that a railgun can fire through the Dyson sphere, but I guess maybe you could just set up a ring position it can hit if that's the case. That is so pretty. And our power, has that anything significant happened over the last hour? Yeah, no, not really. I guess we're not really... Oh, there you go. We can look at this one. Anyway, that's pretty much it for tonight. Just waiting for Esmir to land. Then,
Oh, I landed.
then I shall save it. I shall wish you all good night. I hope that you all come and join us tomorrow in Live for Speed. And, yeah, we'll make the thing in the sky much, much, much bigger over the next few sessions. Kind of. I think. No, everything's automated. I think it actually is 100% automated. Like everything we've got going, there's no manual inserts that I'm aware of. Solar sails are as slow as balls, but you know, that's fine. Lockdown, day 4 end. Save. Game saved successfully. Brilliant. Well, thank you all for playing. And now the title screen probably makes a lot more sense to you as well, because it generates a random Dyson sphere and then starts to fire stuff around, and now you can see what the different colours are. Cool. Thank you for watching, guys. Always appreciated to have so many people watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe.